Chen Feng coughed and continued. Don't stand so near me. Are you getting shy? The young lady had a faint smile, but a crafty expression appeared in her eyes. On your body is an extremely familiar smell, causing me to be unable to resist getting intimate with you. That's my body odor, Chen Feng said earnestly. Young lady, woohoo, where's your face? Bang, bang. The battle in front of the palace was progressing. Some of their opponents tried to approach them. However, they were directly beaten back by Chen Feng. What joke? Since they refused to acknowledge Chen Feng's identity, he wouldn't be bothered with their identities as members of the genetic union. You are very strong, the young lady exclaimed in admiration. If only personal combat power was measured, Chen Feng would be the strongest here, possessing a combat power at PK class. Chen Feng merely smiled as a reply. Another genetic union expert approached them. Come and die for me. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Scram. Hum. Blood splattered around. That genetic warrior was directly killed by Chen Feng. Instantly, the atmosphere of the area became somewhat stifling. Those genetic warriors glared at Chen Feng ferociously and finally decided to not charge in his direction. Instead, they focused on the grassland wolf's direction and those gigantic beasts. The young lady's eyes shone. Wow, so strong. In her memories, such powerful genetic warriors would normally be those 50 or 60-year-old people old enough to be her grandfather. Even a genius would normally be around 40 years old when they reached this level of strength. As for Chen Feng, he appeared to be only 18 years old, only around 3 years older than her. At that instant, some sort of romance seemed to sprout in the young lady's heart. Which girl wouldn't wish that during their moment of crisis an unrivaled hero would descend like a deity from the heavens to rescue her? This unrivaled hero was currently Chen Feng. There were countless casualties on the battlefield, yet Chen Feng remained standing in front of her peacefully, none daring to approach them. By his lonesome self, he was equivalent to a whole army. After a long time, the battle ended. The original plan of the genetic unions had been to take this young lady away. Getting involved in a bitter battle had never been part of their plan. However, due to the existence of Chen Feng here, they'd had no choice but to first get rid of those gigantic beasts. After countless casualties, after suffering a disastrous loss, they'd finally gotten rid of those gigantic beasts. Nevertheless, their remaining combat power was already at their lowest point as well. The grassland wolf sneered. Are you planning to continue fighting? So what if we continue fighting? Suddenly, a person appeared midair. This person was a reinforcement from the genetic union. It was only a single person, who appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old. As for his combat power, it was PK class. A super expert had appeared. Do you think that only your side has reinforcements? The grassland wolf said in disdain. Based on its understanding toward the events that had happened during this time period, it was precisely now that. Let's battle then. With a flash of green, another genius that was equally young appeared. A green speck of light was flickering on his forehead, giving him an extremely imposing appearance as he bathed in green radiance that was akin to some sort of extremely terrifying incorporeal barrier. He's finally here. The grassland wolf's heart leapt. Senior Lu, young mistress's future husband. He descended from the sky and blocked in front of all of them. Quietly, he turned around and looked at the young lady before saying calmly, with me here, no one can hurt you. Young lady, Shwa. He turned around, and the battle with the genius from the genetic union began. Rays of light started swirling around them without stop. However, the young lady merely stared at him like she was staring at an idiot. Wait. Things seems to be progressing somewhat. The grassland wolf's expression changed. Based on the timeline's description he had received, this was how the plot should have developed. The young lady met with a crisis and fell into an impasse. Next, Senior Lu appeared and rescued the young lady, capturing the beauty's heart in the process. However, the young lady had also sustained heavy injuries due to the sneak attack on her. Hence, she was subsequently ill for many years, resulting in her power of time slackening before she would ultimately disappear. The very reason this wolf had appeared here back in time was to prevent the sneak attack from ever happening to the young lady. That was the only reason it was here. Everything else was something it shouldn't get involved in. Based on its master's command, apart from protecting the young lady, it should not interfere in the timeline. Hence, it had merely summoned the gigantic beasts to resist the genetic union instead of affecting any other events in this timeline. It hadn't even allowed Chen Feng, the one who possessed the special nameplate, to join the battle. The only thing it had had Chen Feng do was protect the young lady, that was all. However, something had unexpectedly happened. Chen Feng had altered history. No, number. He had not even need to do anything. He had only needed to stand there, and behold, an 18-year-old with PK class combat power, a person with a handsome appearance and a carefree personality, and who was also intelligent and quick-witted. Wasn't all this sufficient for him to alter this course of history? Compared to him, that senior Lu at around 25 or 26 years old was simply a non-factor attractiveness-wise. This did not apply to senior Lu alone. In fact, both the exceptional geniuses that were currently battling it out had been rendered as non-factors attractiveness-wise due to Chen Feng's appearance here. Moreover, after figuring out Chen Feng's real combat power, as long as Chen Feng remained standing by her side, the young lady would not feel any sense of crisis. Hence, a scene where a hero appeared and rescued the beauty would most probably not appear anymore. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was still progressing. Those two exceptional geniuses were battling it out on the battlefield. Yet the young lady was only staring at Chen Feng with an inquisitive and worshipping gaze. The only thing missing was her asking this young brother here if he wanted to get some from her. Grassland wolf. What the FCK, what should I do about this? The grassland wolf's head ached. Let me think about it. Once again, it recalled the overall plan. After countless years of bitter cultivation, its master had finally grasped the power of time. After the young mistress disappeared, he'd started putting even more effort into his research, which culminated in their current plan of going back in time. All this was in order to allow the young mistress to once again return to reality. And now, everything was indeed progressing as planned. However, the person playing the role of the hero who had rescued the beauty had somehow changed. Oh. This shouldn't have too big an effect on the timeline, right? The grassland wolf contemplated seriously. Senior Lu was also a top-notch existence back in the future. With his strength and talent, it would be too easy for him to regain the heart of this young lady. That's for sure. The grassland wolf checked the time. Almost there. Based on their plan, it should now prepare for the return into the future. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. The grassland wolf's heart leapt. Here it comes. Bang! Space shattered into pieces as countless experts of the genetic union appeared out of the crack in the air. Finally, the main squad of the genetic union had arrived. Ow! The wolf howled. Instantly, countless blue radiances condensed together. In the air, a terrifying beam of light appeared and pierced through heaven and earth. Go! Senior Lu shouted. I will stop them here. All right. Light started swirling around the grassland wolf. A terrifying blue radiance bloomed. Time started moving. Do you need my help? Chen Feng asked calmly. No. The grassland wolf shook its head. Since you are from the future, try to avoid doing anything. You only need to focus on protecting the young mistress. Chen Feng calmly replied. All right. No harm shall befall her before first getting rid of me. His thought process was quite simple. Presently, he was only thinking of pretending to be one of them. As such, he only needed to try his best to perfect his cover and avoid being seen through. Unexpectedly, though, after this seemingly casual sentence of his, the eyes of the young lady started twinkling. Grassland wolf. Bro, can you not play the part of an idle one at times like this? If this continues, Senior Lu will truly be green too. Xiaof, see you in 100 years. Senior Lu howled. Currently, he was blocking the whole genetic union all by himself, with a majesty akin to someone who was blocking off an army of 10,000 men by his lonesome. Unfortunately for him, nobody seemed to be appreciating his current splendor. Light swirled around and the scene around them started changing. Time was reinstating itself. Could a life form from 100 years in the past be truly brought forward to the future? Chen Feng had no idea. He had an indescribable sense of reverence toward the power of time. In fact, this was simply a power mankind had no hope of controlling. That was time itself. Behind him was the young lady. Her eyes were shut and her tiny hands were grabbing onto the corner of Chen Feng's shirt. Light swirled around. Gradually, their surroundings recovered their color. After a long time, a blue undulation started spreading around them, and everything returned to how it was. The king grassland also recovered its green. They had finally returned to the future. Their emotions surged. We are back. Wow. This is the future? The young lady was pleasantly surprised. However, right at this instant, a flicker appeared in the air. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the whole area as a voice resounded. I have been waiting a long time for you guys. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying power descended. The whole world was enveloped by darkness as the terrifying power reached them instantly. The team brought here by the middle-aged man, the group that had been following behind Chen Feng, was instantly killed by the terrifying power that descended. The middle-aged man started spurting blood as well. Right after he'd returned to the future, before he could even react to anything, his chest was pierced through by a beam of light. A magnificent A-class genetic warrior like him was actually killed instantly. Chen Feng was deeply alarmed. How is that possible? A class. That was an A-class. Even an A-class couldn't block this attack. Currently, that terrifying attack neared Chen Feng. Chen Feng's heart chilled. I'm finished. Defend. Chen Feng's chest was pierced through by the terrifying beam of light in a split second. His heart was disintegrated as a stifling feeling emerged within. Chen Feng's sight blurred before he started collapsing. Raising his head, he could vaguely see a green radiance that was gradually condensing in the air before a silhouette walked out of the green. On that person's forehead was a green gem that was gleaming resplendently. It's him. Chen Feng was horrified as he suddenly recalled what Gali had told him back then. Remember, if you see someone with a nodstone on his forehead, regardless of the time or venue, flee. Flee as far as you can. Sold. So, he is sold. That youngster from 100 years ago was also him. Luhan, 3. Unfortunately, he'd realized this too late. Bang! Blood spluttered out of his chest as his body collapsed loudly on the ground. Dead. At Star City, Hu Liang was playing chess with Old Zhu. I heard that kid Chen Feng went over to Genetic Union for some mission again. Old Zhu curled his lips. Are you truly not worried? What should I be worried of? Hu Liang laughed. As a producer with off-the-charts combat power, our methods are inherently unsuitable for him. Rather, it is my hope that all producers will have such combat power. Genetic Union. Old Zhu shook his head. The missions there are much harder than our missions. Hu Liang grudgingly said, if he was going to die, he would have died a long time ago. If anyone is dying, I will probably die first. Eat. Using a chess piece that looked like a lion, Hu Liang ate Old Zhu's chess piece that looked like a tiger. Just as he was about to start bragging, abruptly, a familiar power could be felt. That is, immediately, he turned around and stared in a certain direction. Old Zhu was startled as well. That power. At this instant, countless experts in Star City looked in the same direction. Countless consciousnesses started scanning over there. Every producer in Star City was extremely clear on what this power signified. Something had happened there. At King Grassland, when that terrifying green radiance had descended, even the Grassland Wolf and that young lady were alarmed. None of them had expected they would encounter such a crisis the moment they returned to the future. Senior Lu. Grassland Wolf cried out in alarm. He is from our side. How ridiculous. Lu Han's forehead gleamed with green, and his eyes were chilly. 100 years ago, I was unaware of who he was. But now, how would it be possible for me to not be aware of who he is? Champion of the Gene Rookie Competition, a genius belonging to both the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association. With such an identity, he is thinking of lying to me? How ridiculous. I won't allow you to kill him. The young lady clenched her teeth as light started swirling in both her hands. Time. Rewind. A faint power of time surged out of her hands. She wanted to rewind time several seconds into the past, believing that Chen Feng would be saved if she did that. However, how would Luhan permit that? Sigh. With a sigh, a gust of power erased the young lady's power with ease. You. The young lady glared at Luhan ferociously. I won't blame you, since the current you does not have any memory of that phase of our lives. Luhan's gaze landed on the young lady. His gaze was filled with gentleness, but it was quickly replaced with killing intent. However, anyone who dares to lay their hands on you will die, especially him. He pointed at Chen Feng. You want to rescue him? If so, I will dismember his body into 10,000 pieces and extinguish his soul so that you can totally give up on this thought of yours, Luhan said coldly. Shwa. Once again, a green radiance shot out of his hand toward Chen Feng. You. The young lady looked toward the Grassland Wolf. I command you to stop him. Senior Lu. The grassland wolf could only step forth with a bitter smile on its face. It had no way of disobeying the young mistress's command. Lu Hun's eyes gleamed coldly. Bang! The grassland wolf was directly blasted away. After returning to the future, how would Chen Feng, who only possessed the combat power of a peak B class, be Lu Hun's opponent? Lu Hun was someone who was at the very least at the peak of A class. It was also quite probable that he had even surpassed A class. The young lady clenched her teeth. I won't permit you to do that. She was clear that, if Chen Feng's body was destroyed by the power of the time, there would truly no longer be any methods to save him. Instinctively, she felt the urge to protect Chen Feng. However, Lu Hun merely uttered a single word, lock. A terrifying and formidable power appeared and locked down all her power. Her power of time and even her body were locked down on the spot, to the point where she couldn't even budge. Lu Hun's gaze landed on Chen Feng. Let's get this over with. Chen Feng was a variable that had appeared in this plan of his. Despite the appearance of this unexpected variable, however, as long as Chen Feng was eliminated and Xiao recovered her memories, everything would return to how it was. Shwa. Light swirled around. The terrifying power gushing out of Lu Hun's hand slashed toward Chen Feng. Bang! A seemingly endless power bloomed. Damn it. Wu Hui was biting his lips to the point he'd started bleeding. In his heart, Chen Feng was an existence akin to his master. Chen Feng was the one who had opened up his path, the one who had assisted him in his rise, turning him into a true expert. However, he couldn't help Chen Feng at all. This was also the first time he'd realized how terrifying this guy with a diamond on his forehead was. The so-called C class, B class, A class, all these were merely some empty words as far as Lu Hun was concerned. He could easily crush all these people. Starting from the squad led by the A-class warrior earlier until Chen Feng, this guy was almost unrivaled when dealing with them. As for Wu Hui, he could only watch on as Chen Feng died. Earlier, when that power had penetrated Chen Feng, he'd witnessed with his own eyes as Chen Feng's aura diminished, feeling that grief deep in his heart. And now, this guy was even planning on destroying Chen Feng's corpse. Wu Hui felt an endless sense of humiliation. He started shouting, bang! A terrifying power bubbled up around him. He charged forward and blocked in front of Chen Feng's corpse. Wu Hui's gaze was resolute. I do not fear you. I am Wu Hui. I possess the power of an A class. I won't be afraid of you. Lu Hun merely laughed at that. Light swirled as Wu Hui was instantly blasted away. Wu Hui started spurting blood without stop. Attack? Nope. Lu Hun hadn't even bothered with him. The disparity between their strengths was simply too great, to the point that Wu Hui was simply non-existent as far as Lu Hun was concerned. As such, Lu Hun did not care about what level of strength Wu Hui possessed. Earlier, Wu Hui had merely been hit by the energy leaking out of Lu Hun's attack that was heading toward Chen Feng. That was already sufficient to blast him away. So, I'm still so weak. Shwa. That resplendent green radiance reached Chen Feng's corpse, and once again, that terrifying green explosion appeared. Next, dust and smoke covered everything there. It's over. Wu Hui shut his eyes with grief. He had failed to even protect Chen Feng's corpse. The same grief was plastered on the young lady's face. After Chen Feng's corpse was bombarded by the power of time, regardless of how miraculous her power was, she would not be able to save him. This time, Chen Feng was truly dead. Then, it's your turn. Just as he stepped forth and was about to kill Wu Hui, suddenly, an astonishing power erupted behind him. Bang! He turned around hastily and stared in the direction that power was coming from. That was where Chen Feng's corpse was. Bang! The green radiance pervading the whole grassland instantly cleared. The smoke and dust covering the air instantly disintegrated, clearing the visibility there. Chen Feng's corpse could be seen hovering in the air. Bang! The air cracked as a golden silhouette descended from the sky and, slowly, it reached Chen Feng and started combining with his body before transforming into a heart. Thump, thump. The golden heart was shining dazzlingly. Everyone else couldn't resist sheltering their eyes from that dazzling radiance. Vaguely, they could see that the endlessly surging golden radiance was condensing within Chen Feng's body. A trace of warmth started appearing within that seemingly dead body. Suddenly, that golden heart started burning. Bang! It followed with a resplendent golden explosion. Abruptly, A pair of energy-formed golden wings spread out behind Chen Feng. The terrifying power accompanying the spread of the wings ripped the space around him apart and blasted Lu Han and everyone else away. How is that possible? Lu Han had an inconceivable feeling. What on earth is that? He was thoroughly alarmed due to the extremely peculiar power he was sensing currently. What? Lu Han glared at Chen Feng. What on earth are you? Chen Feng had resurrected, without any rewinding of time. Without any heaven-defying genetic ability, just like that, he had resurrected. Using such an inconceivable method, he renewed Lu Han's worldview. That was especially true for that burning golden heart of his. Thump, thump. With every pulse of the heart, Chen Feng's strength increased greatly. Once, twice. The golden radiance shone dazzlingly. The current Chen Feng was bathed in gold with a pair of dazzling golden wings behind him, akin to a deity that had descended upon the earth. As his heart thumped, his consciousness started recovering, and that familiar conversation he'd once had seemed to resurface in his brain. It is something only a person who has greatly contributed to the Gene Production Association is entitled to possess. It is a power condensed by a super expert. If you were to meet with any danger, the clone of that expert will descend upon you temporarily. It will be equivalent to a second life for you. This absolute God. It is capable of dealing with any sort of enemy for you. Naturally, if it's possible, I hope that the day where you need to use it never comes. Ah, so. This is absolute God. Bang! The terrifying golden radiance faded. Chen Feng's consciousness finally recovered completely as his tightly shut pair of eyes reopened. Shwa! The golden radiance shone dazzlingly. In Star City, countless people's gazes were focused in the direction of King Grasslands. Earlier, they had all felt the astonishing power belonging to an absolute God from that direction. This was something only the few rare talented individuals who had contributed greatly to the association possessed. However, Hu Liang was shocked. Why is it his power? The power of an absolute God was not fixed. It was indeed an extremely powerful item. However, it was ultimately still dependent on the super expert that produced it. Hu Liang had never expected that the absolute God of Chen Feng's had been produced using the power of that person. Old Zhu sighed. Perhaps. This is what fate intends? Hu Liang shook his head. Perhaps. He knew that the moment the golden clone descended, the conclusion for that crisis Chen Feng was currently facing would be set in stone. At the King Grassland, Lu Han's eyes gleamed coldly. An astonishing amount of green radiance was being emitted from the diamond on his forehead. I owe this power. He had a gloomy gaze. This golden radiance was giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He concentrated his cold gaze on Chen Feng. And you still need to die. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. So what if Chen Feng had resurrected? So what if his strength increased? A mere clone like that, even after Chen Feng fused with the clone, in Lu Han's eyes, Chen Feng was still an existence akin to a bug. Lu Han clenched his fists. If it was my main body that had come in person. That's right. The present Lu Han was a clone as well. Otherwise, with the strength he possessed as a super expert, he would have ended this battle long ago. Shwa! A resplendent green radiance surged out of his hands. Lu Han's killing intent bloomed. He could clearly feel that, at most, the power from that golden clone would be on par with his. As of now, Chen Feng had yet to fully fuse with it. Hence, if he were to make his move now, he would definitely be able to kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled coldly. You truly believe that? The arrival of the golden clone was somewhat unexpected for him. At his moment of crisis earlier, the only thing he had been able to do was activate his luck aura before placing all his hope on the absolute God. He had never imagined that the absolute God would be so powerful. Dong, dong. The throbbing golden heart was still burning as it overlapped with Chen Feng's heart before releasing an unimaginably formidable power. This was a power capable of surpassing everything. That instant when he'd merged with the golden clone earlier, he'd felt a familiar power and discovered that the Lu Han before him was similarly an energy clone as well. Despite Lu Han being a clone, though, he was still incomparably powerful. Indeed, he was powerful enough to insta-kill an A-class warrior. Ultimately, though, this was only a clone. If this was his main body, Chen Feng would not hesitate. He would definitely turn around and flee immediately. Now, though, since they were both clones now that Chen Feng had fused with the golden clone, there was really nothing for him to be afraid of. This was especially true in their current situation, where what he faced was a clone formed of energy. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Ah, sure. He took a step forth. The pair of golden wings were emitting a huge amount of golden radiance, painting the whole sky gold. He reached out and grabbed the empty air. Next, a shining red sword appeared from the air. That was a sword that Xiaoying had transformed into. Shua. With a golden flicker, Chen Feng flashed forth and collided with Lu Han. Bang! A terrifying shockwave was created by their collision. The green radiance in Lu Han's hand was sliced off by the red sword. After slicing off the green radiance, the sword continued slashing forth, leaving a terrifying line of blood on Lu Han's body. Blood splattered, and countless energy particles dissipated. Lu Han's pupils shrunk. Once again, he was shocked. He was extremely certain that even that golden clone would not possess such a terrifying item. This was actually a sword capable of devouring energy and ignoring all defenses. He stared at Chen Feng with a shocked expression. What on earth are you? This was already the second time he had been surprised by this bug-like genetic warrior. Due to the blood that was gushing out of this energy-formed clone of his, he was starting to lose his strength. The power of this clone was weakening. Me? Chen Feng smiled calmly before replying. I am your killer. Shua. Light's world. Chen Feng streaked forth, leaving countless afterimages behind. Under the support of the golden wings, Chen Feng was currently as fast as lightning, capable of completely suppressing Lu Han. The grassland wolf was stunned. Wu Hui was stunned. The young lady was stunned. Who would have imagined that the present Chen Feng was so terrifying? This was not 100 years in the past. Here, there was no such thing as the power of color. This was also not the young Lu Han of 100 years ago. Instead, this was a true genuine super expert here. Light swirled around, and blood spluttered around in the air. Bang, bang, a great damage would be inflicted after every single collision. Under the assistance of the golden wings, Chen Feng was astonishingly fast. In this battle between two clones, it was obvious that the clone that had fused with Chen Feng held the advantage. One could also say that Chen Feng, as the owner of Xiaoying, was simply much more powerful in this battle between energy clones. After another flash of gold, Lu Han's silhouette, which had been flickering everywhere, stopped moving. This clone of his was already leaking energy from the earlier attack. This single instant where he was unable to dodge in time was seized by Chen Feng, whose attack landed immediately. With a nice cold flash of gold, Lu Han's body was slashed in two. A golden line appeared on his forehead and spread downward in a straight trajectory. The gold shone brightly. Instantly, Lu Han's body collapsed. Surprisingly, the body that was split in two rejoined together shortly after. However, the gleam on his forehead had obviously dimmed compared to earlier. Chen Feng. Lu Han stared at the youngster in front of him. He had been defeated. Completely defeated in a manner he had never seen coming. His plan had obviously been progressing smoothly. Xiao had obviously been brought here to the future safely as well. Why would this have been the final result, then? Furthermore, it was truly unfortunate that his main body was temporarily incapable of leaving where it was. Are you aware of what you are doing? Lu Han howled. Chen Feng. When my main body returns, Chen Feng snorted. While Lu Han was talking, the golden radiance on Chen Feng's body intensified. The red sword that Xiaoying had transformed into started burning as the golden radiance swirled around its body. Bang! At this instant, all the unleashed energy condensed. With a resplendent radiance, Lu Han was blasted away mid-sentence. Before he could stand back up, a terrifying sharp radiance pierced through his chest. The sound of his chest being penetrated could be clearly heard. Lu Han widened his eyes and stared at the red sword that had him stabbed on the ground with an unbelieving expression, unable to believe that he had actually gotten himself nailed onto this king grassland. You. His eyes gleamed coldly. You have no idea what have you done. Oh, I am very aware of what I am doing, Chen Feng replied calmly. Shua. Light swirled around as he pulled the red sword out. Bang! The green radiance shattered. Lu Han, dead. Are you insane? The grassland wolf had a horrified expression on its face. Why did you kill him? Oh God. The moment his clone is killed, his main body will receive the feedback. That madman will definitely. Chen Feng glanced at him coldly. Shall I keep his clone around to celebrate the new year? Then, damn it. The grassland wolf was so nervous its lips felt dry. It was the only one here aware of Luhan's horror. His nickname as the sole emissary was not for show. Leave, fast. Instinctively, it wanted to take the young lady away. However, at that moment, a green radiance appeared in the sky. In the sky, a huge pair of eyes suddenly appeared. The ice-cold gaze of the pair of eyes landed on them, akin to the eyes of the heavens. He was here. After the death of its clone, its main body was about to come. However, Chen Feng checked his luck value. The expected rapid drop of luck value did not appear. In other words, he was not in any danger presently. Why was that? Could it be you can't come in person? Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. For something so important, you would have definitely come with your main body if you could truly come. The fact that only a clone was sent here signifies that your main body simply has no way of leaving where you are presently. With this, Chen Feng looked at that huge pair of eyes in the sky and continued. Who are you trying to scare? Luhan. Lunatic. Lunatic. The grassland wolf felt its scalp go numb. That was the main body of Luhan, yet Chen Feng actually dared to provoke him. Luhan's indifferent voice traveled toward them from the sky. Indeed, I have no way of leaving presently. However, do you believe that I am helpless just because I can't leave? At that, Chen Feng increased his vigilance. Oh, soul. Control. Suddenly, he recalled the experiences of Gli. Xiao Ying started flickering with a red glow. Chen Feng was certain that, the moment this person attempted to invade his consciousness, he would be able to beat this person up so badly even Luhan's mother wouldn't recognize him. However, a howl could be heard. The initially bright red pair of eyes of the grassland wolf turned green. Luhan had actually gained control over the grassland wolf. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Not good. A resplendent radiance started shining. Without hesitation, Chen Feng unleashed his strongest attack. However, outside of his expectations, the grassland wolf was actually charging toward that young lady. It was planning to forcefully kidnap the young lady. This Luhan. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think I will let you off so easily? Sole emissary? Since you can't even leave where you are, what am I afraid of? His golden wings started flickering, and once again, he erupted with his limit-surpassing speed. Once again, the sword in his hand started radiating gold. This time, he aimed his slash directly toward that pair of eyes in the sky. Bang! A terrifying golden explosion appeared in the air. Bang! A terrifying golden radiance exploded midair. The green gaze that was focused on the grassland wolf paused momentarily at this. Ow! The wolf regained its consciousness. The grassland wolf started hurling curses at Luhan. Screw you, Luhan. It stopped its charge forward and changed its direction. However, it hadn't stopped moving. Instead, it was still leaving speedily with the young lady. Young mistress, I will take you home. Whoosh, whoosh. Light swirled around and the grassland wolf disappeared rapidly. Luhan's expression changed greatly. Damn it. Back then, Xiao had only decided to marry him to thank him for saving her life. Unfortunately, although the current her had indeed traveled here from 100 years in the past, her nature, characteristics, and emotions weren't in a particularly stable state. It would be quite a while before his main body could leave where he was presently at as well. If during this period of time she was too. Luhan was furious. You dare? That huge pair of eyes gleamed green as he attempted to once again gain control over the grassland wolf. However, with a red flash, his attack that was made up of energy was instantly cut off. Chen Feng. Luhan was bursting with rage. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. By Xu. The glow of the sword in his hand intensified. Xu, xu, xu. Next, Xiao Ying transformed back into its real body. A boundless red radiance emerged and started shining dazzlingly in the air. Luhan's pair of eyes in the sky that were formed of energy were instantly devoured cleanly by Xiao Ying. The sky regained its past sunny appearance. Vaguely, Luhan's furious thundering shouts could be heard. Chen Feng curled his lips. The FCKU shouting for? What was so scary about a guy who couldn't even leave where he was? As for what was going to happen when he was finally able to leave? When that time came, Chen Feng could always have the Genetic Union and Gene Production Association deal with him. At most, he would have to be more attentive to his luck value in the future. Chen Feng was extremely calm and collected. All the radiance interweaving around him vanished. Chen Feng could feel that terrifying power of the golden clone within him disappearing. At that moment, His body had a hollow feeling. This is the power of absolute God. Chen Feng was shocked. No wonder so many people were envious of him when he'd obtained it back then. So this so-called absolute God was so powerful? His strength disappeared, and once again, he dropped back to D class. It's about time I return, Chen Feng muttered. Next, he lifted the unconscious Wu Hu and shook his head helplessly. He had initially come here as a boss. Ultimately, though, he'd ended up as a dad. His current feeling was truly unexplainable. He lowered his head. The Wu Hu in his embrace was still unconscious, sleeping like a child. But in fact, he was indeed still a child. Master. No, Wu Hui mumbled in his sleep. Chen Feng's face darkened. Was Wu Hui referring to Chen Feng as his master? Forget it. I can accept it even if he's calling me master, but what on earth is with the master? No coming out of his mouth. Gotten it. Outsiders might misunderstand, thinking I have done something forbidden to you. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Truly. Time to return. Shwa. Light swirled around as Chen Feng sped away carrying Wu Hu. A rough description of what had happened had already been transmitted over to Hu Liang. It was better for him to leave the follow-up of this incident to the Gene Production Association and Genetic Union. Somewhere high above the sky, in a dusky region surrounded by clouds and mist, was a flickering green radiance. Currently, an incomparably vicious expression was on Lu Han's face. The Lu Han who had always appeared calm and collected. He had never imagined that this plan of his would actually conclude in such a manner. Xiao had indeed returned. However, it was in such circumstances that she had returned. His initially perfect plan had altered due to the appearance of a single Chen Feng. Killing intent surged in Lu Han's eyes. Chen Feng. This guy must die. He couldn't permit anyone else to get intimate with Xiao, even if the present Xiao merely had a favorable opinion toward Chen Feng. That was his wife. The color of his energy might be green, but that did not signify that his hat was green one as well. Shwa. Light swirled around as his gloomy voice condensed into a ray of energy and pierced through space. Keep an eye on him. Wait for my return. It won't be long. Not long after Chen Feng and the rest left the King Grassland, the people dispatched here by the authorities after Chen Feng's report arrived. They started gathering the data and energy around this area for the preparation of a detailed report. The appearance of the power of time was sufficient to cause a huge uproar. Time was a power a normal person would not be able to control. As for that grassland wolf, that mysterious young lady Xiao, and that Lu Han, all these people seemed to possess a certain mastery or knowledge over the power of time. That was an extremely terrifying prospect. What alarmed everyone was the fact that all these people seemed to know each other. Even if there appeared to be some conflict among them presently, this was still an alarming fact. In other words, there existed such a circle that none knew about, a circle of people that possessed a power capable of surpassing everything, the power to control time itself. Kidnapping someone from 100 years in the past. That was simply too terrifying an idea. Moreover, from what they had seen, the arrival of the young lady from the past did not seem like it had affected the world 100 years ago at all. Was there any power that was affecting all this? Who was it that was plotting this? This was what the Genetic Union wanted to find out. Only after Chen Feng returned to Star City did he breathe out in relief. He was also a member of the Genetic Union. However, every single time, he would subconsciously head back to Star City. Without him realizing, this place had become a true home to him, despite his conflict with all the other producers during the previous Excellence Award incident. Right as he arrived, that familiar heated atmosphere could be felt. Bastard Chen Feng, return to me my contribution points. Protesting against loot boxes. I request transparency in the drop rates of the loot boxes. Protesting against Chen Feng, follow my lead. Chen Feng lamented endlessly. How much I have missed all this. The Excellence Award event was still in progress. Chen Feng shook his head before sending Wu Hui to the infirmary. After receiving the news of Chen Feng's return, Hu Liang rushed over immediately. Hu Liang gasped, damn, you can do it with someone this young? Shwa. Chen Feng glared at him. This guy here was truly old, yet he did not act his age. Cough, cough. Hu Liang coughed before continuing. I have received the rough description of what happened. However, I'm afraid you will need to report it one more time in more detail. Chen Feng appeared confused. I have to report this even though this was not a mission for the Gene Production Association? Hu Liang appeared excited. Of course, this is what I fought for. For such an incident, If you make an official report on it, you will be able to earn a huge amount of contribution points. Don't you want the reward?" At that, Chen Feng was enticed. The rewards of the Gene Production Association had never disappointed him. Soon, under Hu Liang's arrangements, Chen Feng filed a top-secret report. His report contained the information on the mysterious young lady and Le Han. As for Li, after hesitating, Chen Feng had decided to not tell them about him. It was improper for him to be the one to say it. If the genetic union decided to not accept their explanation and instead decided to expose their hiding place, it would result in a big mess. Soon, the King Grassland incident calmed down. The battle over the Excellence Award was reaching the end as well. After checking the rankings, Chen Feng found that his current points were already far above Lan Jingling's. Hence, he did not need to worry about it at all. If so, it was time for him to focus on his breakthrough. He couldn't wait to break through. Due to the time travel and all sorts of other unexpected incidents that had happened, he'd simply had no chance to consume the mysterious gene reagent Wu Yoshan had produced before the gene reagent had lost all the energy stored within. Fortunately, after spending some time with it and with the help of his luck aura, Chen Feng managed to deduce the formula required to produce this gene reagent. This was the true gain he had from this whole mission, the formula for a gene reagent capable of breaking through the D-class limit. With the formula in his possession, he would be able to produce it for himself. Not only him, even Wu Hui would be able to enter C-class with it as well. He believed that, when this gene reagent was finally produced, it would cause a huge uproar. It would even reach the point where the overall strength of mankind in this world was pushed one step forward. This was something that would, in the truest sense, alter the world. At Star City, Chen Feng was researching the new formula. He already had the rough draft for the formula, but there were still a lot of problems with it that he had yet to solve. For example, the problem where this gene reagent could only be produced in a unique environment. A gene reagent with a 100% probability of breakthrough was in itself something that was not supposed to exist in this world. This brand new gene reagent was something only able to be produced in an environment where time was slowed down. But now, the boulder formation no longer existed. Young Lady Xiao had returned back to her home as well. As for Chen Feng himself, he did not have any methods of controlling time. Chen Feng's head ached. This is going to be troublesome. Just like that, his research on this new formula became stuck. Chen Feng tried countless times to solve the problem, but he gains nothing from further research. He simply couldn't find any substitute for the boulder formation. Chen Feng muttered, "Time." Based on Wu Hui's introduction, this formula had been created by his father several years ago. However, Wu Yoshan had been stuck at one particular step for a very long time and had ultimately chosen the method of slowing down time to complete this formula. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. Why was he stubbornly getting stuck on this problem of time? The only thing he'd seen was the solution Wu Yoshan had devised to solve the specific problem that he had been stuck on. If so, what exactly was the initial problem Wu Yoshan had encountered? Chen Feng contemplated. The reason Wu Yoshan slowed down time was to solve a certain crucial problem. Hence, there is simply no need for me to stubbornly try solving this issue of time. If I can find his research documents and discover the initial problem he encountered, that will be sufficient. He started searching for the research documents of Wu Yoshan. Shortly after, he found the problem that had stumped Wu Yoshan back then. Problem code, Ch.276. Problem description. At the 32nd step of production, a total of 76 materials need to perfectly react with each other. When under catalyst, the particles making up all the materials become extremely lively and tremble without stop, causing the reaction and fusion process to fail. Under normal circumstances, this is a production that can never be completed. Experiment 1. Using temperature reduction methods to reduce the speed at which the particles trembled. Failed. Experiment 2. Using space binding methods to reduce the speed at which the particles trembled. Failed. Experiment 3. Experiment 74. Experiment 208. Experiment 300. A total of 300 experiments had been conducted, and all of them had failed. Every single one of them had failed. Wu Yoshan had been extremely serious in every single one of these experiments. He had been a top-notch producer in the truest sense. He had attempted almost every means possible to him. Finally, He had been forced to alter the formula and had chosen to use a unique method to produce this gene reagent. His chosen method had been time control, in spite of the high price he had to pay. As a result of using such a production method, the completed gene reagent became something extremely unstable. As such, the production had only been able to be completed at that unique environment where time was slowed down. Moreover, even after successfully producing it, one had to consume it under such unique environment for the gene reagent to work. Otherwise, once the produced gene reagent left the unique environment, it would spoil. In a sense, this wasn't too perfect a formula. To be accurate, this was a formula that had been altered as a compromise for the problem that Wu Yuxian hadn't been able to solve otherwise. Fortunately, he had been successful in his production. After several years of meticulous study, combined with his own understanding of genetic abilities, he had ultimately created this miraculous feat. Chen Feng finished studying the data seriously. After finishing, he was somewhat excited. So that's what happened. So the core problem is still the gene reaction process. Under the catalyst effect, the particles of the materials would start trembling rapidly. As such, a unique environment where time was slowed was required to slow down all the rapidly moving particles. Only with this could the particles be controlled properly, allowing the reaction process to complete successfully. This was indeed quite a hard issue to solve. However, as far as Chen Feng was concerned, this did not even constitute a problem. Gene reaction? Particles moving too rapidly? Chen Feng became excited. Let me give it a try. He directly gave up on Wu Yuxian's final formula and instead chose to use the initial formula that Wu Yuxian had given up on back then, as Wu Yuxian had believed it to be a formula that could never be produced successfully. That discarded formula with 76 types of different materials. Chen Feng's emotions surged. Regardless of what problem it was, as long as it was something that could be affected by probability, it would cease to be a problem for him. Luck aura, activated. To solve the problem regarding the gene reaction and the duration of the reaction process, 10 luck value was deducted. Next, the gene reaction process began. After a long time, the violent-looking gene reagent started condensing mid-air before ultimately turning into a drop of ice blue liquid. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. Success. Finally, I'm successful. Gene scan. Name, unknown. New formula. Difficulty, 5 stars. Class, D. Function, forcefully increasing the user's spiritual energy by 1 point. Also applicable when breaking through one's limit. The effect will be weakened when used by those above C class. A new formula was thus birthed. That was not all. As this gene reagent of Chen Feng's had been successfully produced in a normal environment, this gene reagent would remain stable in normal environments. He observed it for a whole 5 minutes and noted that nothing happened to the gene reagent. This gene reagent produced by Chen Feng was much more powerful than what Wu Yuxian had completed. Chen Feng had initially intended to enter his hyperdimensional mode to reconstruct and further perfect the formula. However, the feedback he'd received from his luck aura was thus, 10,000 luck value required. This had shocked him immensely. That was simply too terrifying a number, and not something he would be able to attempt presently. Chen Feng contemplated. Seems like I can give it a try in the future, when I come across more spirits he would. For performing such a feat where a huge amount of luck value would be required, it would only be something worth performing when he was in a situation where there was a huge amount of luck value overflowing out of him, like when he had absorbed the spirit seawood previously. He was unsure if such a thing would ever happen to him again. Though. As for now, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Time to break through. Gulp. The gene reagent was consumed. Noiselessly, that ice blue drop of liquid started fusing with Chen Feng's body. Bang! A terrifying power erupted from within his body. His spiritual energy that had previously been stuck at the limit of D class increased by 1 point, piercing through the limit, bringing him into C class. Instantly, his spiritual energy transformed. This was a qualitative change of his spiritual energy after entering a new class. He had entered C class smoothly. Chen Feng was shocked. I have truly broken through with it. As one's strength increased, there would be a point where it was simply impossible for gene reagents to help with breakthroughs. After all, every single breakthrough was in essence an act of violence. Even for those who had broken through using gene reagents, what they had done was essentially still using the gene reagent to create a huge impact to break through their limit. bringing them into the new class. To perform this feat, a power that was 10-fold or even 100-fold one's own power would be required. Hence, it was a feat nearly impossible for gene reagents. Back then, Chen Feng had only been able to create a miracle while in F-class by creating the golden ant gene reagent, as that gene reagent itself was a unique existence. For higher levels, this was simply an impossible feat. E-class, D-class, all the breakthroughs for higher classes required a much higher amount of power, a power that was perhaps 100-fold or even much higher than the power of the golden ant gene reagent. As such, this was something impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish. Along with one's increase in strength, gradually, the difficulty would increase while the usage of gene reagents became impossible. But now, without any limit surpassing training sessions, without any life and death crisis, a single drop of ice blue liquid had helped him break through his limit. This was a miracle created by Wu Yoshan. Once again, Chen Feng tried urging his spiritual energy on. He could easily feel that his perception was now even sharper than before, and his spiritual energy was much more powerful. This was the qualitative change of his spiritual energy after the breakthrough. Only 1 point had increased, but it was much more powerful now. This was what C-class represented. Very good. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. The apocalypse-like Star City battle was approaching. Only by increasing his strength without stop could he protect himself. As such, he would not give up on any single resource he could get. Producer Excellence Award. Mission rewards. Everything he could obtain, he would. Now, with the appearance of this new formula, it would be able to push Chen Feng to a new height, giving him more resources, fame, and strength. It's time for my next step, then, Chen Feng muttered. Now that he had broken through, he should focus on gene fusion. Only after fusing with a fusion gene reagent and obtaining his fourth genetic ability would he become a true C-class. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Which gene should I fuse with? First ability, Windblade. Windblade would be able to erupt in power at any time with the help of his luck value. Second ability, Myriad Illusions. An ability whose strength was demonstrated when used together with luck value and Windblades. Third ability, Energy Equipment. The core determiner of his energy equipment's strength was the amount and attribute of his Windblades. The unlimited Windblades he unleashed would provide him with an energy supply far exceeding what a person at his class normally possessed. All these were the basis for Chen Feng's ability to challenge those of a higher class than him. Every single one of his abilities had only been selected after careful consideration, in order to increase his strength. If so, his fourth ability. Glang. Suddenly, the door to his laboratory opened. Wu Hui charged into the laboratory while gasping for breath and said, Not good." Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. What happened? Could it be that the Star City battle had been brought forward? Wu Hui was anxious. They are cancelling your qualifications to compete in the Excellence Award. Producer Excellence Award. Chen Feng regained his calm and proceeded to pour a cup of tea for Wu Hui. Don't be in a rush. Calm down and talk slowly. You can be considered as someone who has been in a major situation before. Why the heck are you being all anxious over this small incident? Wu Hui felt ashamed. All right. After regaining his calm, he continued talking. Senior Liang told me to inform you that headquarters has received a huge amount of complaints. What's the point of those? Chen Feng was curious. What a joke. If complaining was truly effective, that company called Tencent in his previous life on Earth would have been shut down long ago. Chen Feng was a member of the Genetic Union and also a genius that had made outstanding contributions to them. Who dared to seek trouble with him? A normal producer wouldn't be able to touch him. Someone capable of making Hu Liang say these words. Did something else happen? Chen Feng asked knowingly. Wu Hui whispered, based on the latest news. There was one particular producer who committed suicide after failing to obtain what he wanted from the loot box. Chen Feng was stupefied. Suicide? Was this a joke? Even in his previous life, such thing had never happened. These people were all genetic warriors come producers. Why were them so emotionally weak? Furthermore, Wu Hui continued with a blank expression. A lot of producers started using some special methods to obtain contribution points. When they were caught, They said the reason they had done so was in order to obtain contribution points to buy those loot boxes. On top of that, there's a particular 16-year-old female producer that went through a transaction to perform a deed that should not be mentioned just to get contribution points to purchase a loot box with. Wu Hui finished with a flushed face. Chen Feng blanked. What was going on? In this era, as a genetic warrior, shouldn't these people be quite formidable when it came to mental strength? Even in his previous life, things hadn't been so severe when loot boxes had been introduced. How had this happened in this world? Wu Hui finished saying what Hu Liang told him to say seriously. Senior Hu Liang said that the repercussions are extremely severe. Hence, things might change. Suddenly, Chen Feng came to a realization. He was sure that there had to be someone pulling the strings here. Was it Lan Jingling, the second place holder? Or Chen Feng checked the rankings and found with astonishment that, after a while of not paying attention to it, the second place holder had already changed. The producer called Yu Fang that had initially been at third place had overtaken her and grabbed the second place in a short few days. Moreover, his points were also quite far above Lan Jingling's points. Indeed. TSK. Can't these guys stop looking for trouble for once? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy. After thinking about it, Chen Feng turned on his communication tool. A big and simple-minded looking head appeared on his screen. Yo, Chen Feng. It has been a while, Langsing, Chen Feng said with a smile. How have you been recently? Not bad, not bad. Langsing said while smiling. Sister already gave up on fighting for first place. I can see that your popularity is truly high above hers. Haha. But then again, you need to be careful for now. I heard that they are planning to do something again. Oh? Chen Feng was amazed. You know of it? Naturally. Langsing curled his lips. That crafty old man called Yu Fang has been coming over to my sister's place so frequently. If it wasn't out of respect for his old age, I would have beaten him to death long ago. Chen Feng. All right, got it. By the time he ended the call, Chen Feng already had a guess as to what had happened. Frequently, it seemed like their agreement from before was going to be implemented now. In the beginning, Lan Jingling had obtained some research paper from Yu Fang in order to surpass Chen Feng. She had to have paid a huge price for that. Now, when Lan Jingling had finally given up on the first place, Yu Fang was taking the opportunity to make his move. Research paper. Yu Fang had also obtained some imperfect research paper of Lan Jingling's before combining the paper with his own paper to put out a brand new research paper for sale. Finally, he'd surpassed Lan Jingling's points. As far as Lan Jingling was concerned, there wasn't really much difference between second or third place. It was at this instant that Yu Fang had made his move. When it came to contribution points, it was simply impossible for them to surpass Chen Feng. Chen Feng's current contribution points were more than tenfold higher than the contribution points of both of them combined. Hence, there was simply no suspense in the race. This was the reason Yu Fang had decided to use such a sinister way to get Chen Feng out of the way, by creating trouble using various methods. The RNG nature of the loot boxes was already something widely criticized. With the inclusion of Yu Fang causing trouble everywhere, countless people started to go with the flow. That's right, a vast majority of the protesters were merely going along with the flow in an attempt to secure some benefits for themselves. They believed that it might be probable for Chen Feng to reduce the price to please them after the ruckus. This was what a lot of people believed. Subsequently, the whole incident had gone out of control. Finally, it had led to Hu Liang calling Wu Hu over in a rush to inform Chen Feng about this so that he could find a solution. Chen Feng sneered. They are thinking of making me submit to them. He was aware that there were quite a number of people waiting to see him make a spectacle out of himself. Price reduction? Sure. At this point, reducing the price wouldn't have any effect on him anyway. His current contribution points were already unsurpassable. He only needed to cancel the loot box method of selling his research paper, changing it to a regular sales method. He shall be selling it at the original price of 588 contribution points. Everyone should be satisfied with that, then. Hence, as long as Chen Feng reduced the price, the whole incident would be solved perfectly. However, was it truly so simple? Chen Feng made up his mind. I absolutely can't reduce the price. Wu Hui was at loss. Why? Because that is what Yu Fang was aiming for, Chen Feng said calmly. What a sinister trap. If he refused to reduce the price, he might be disqualified from participating in the Excellence Award evaluation due to all sorts of complaints and the negative effects brought forth by his loot boxes. However, if he reduced the price, he would be done for as well. Was price reduction something so simple to implement? Chen Feng was sure that, the moment he reduced the price, a huge amount of people would start a ruckus as well. For example, those who had previously invested a huge amount of resources to buy his loot boxes. These people had wasted several tens of thousands of contribution points previously, and now, the others only needed several hundred points to buy the research paper. Who wouldn't be furious at this? How many days had it been? Just looking at how far Chen Feng had surpassed Lan Jingling and Yu Fang by was sufficient to demonstrate the amount of contribution points the others had spent on his loot boxes. Wanting him to reduce the price now? Who were they trying to trick? If Chen Feng truly reduced the price, that would be the end of him. What should we do then? Wu Hui was horrified. This world of adults felt incomparably terrifying for him. That's simple. A nice cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. He wants to force my hand, right? Well, I will grant his wish, then. Currently, somewhere in Star City, I have now repaid what I owe you. Lan Jingling had handed over the incomplete research papers that she owed Yu Fang from when he'd given her his research paper back then. Yu Fang merely needed to slightly alter these research papers and they would all be ready for sale. Yu Fang's face appeared to be glowing. All right. After Lan Jingling and Chen Feng had fought with each other, he merely needed to step in at the last minute to reap the rewards. How was it possible for him to not be overjoyed? With his new research papers, he would absolutely be victorious. Lan Jingling shook her head as she advised, Chen Feng is not as simple as you think. I advise you to stick with competing fairly using regular methods. Yu Fang merely laughed as a response. He was already at this age. If he still refused to fight for it, he would probably be too old to fight over any rewards after a few years. Hence, this year's Excellence Award was something he had to obtain. Besides that, there was also that trap he had prepared for Chen Feng. Yu Fang sneered. Only after he has reduced the price will he be in the true trap prepared for him. It was at this instant that Lan Xing charged into the room in a rush. Sister, something happened. Lan Jingling frowned. What happened? Lan Xing finished his words instantly. Chen Feng declared that his loot box will stop selling. What? The expressions of Yu Fang and Lan Jingling changed instantly. Stopped selling. Chen Feng's research paper had stopped its sale. Bang! The whole world was shaken by this news. Regardless of the amount of criticisms and complaints this research paper had received, all these only served to prove how popular this research paper of Chen Feng's was. This was a truly phenomenal research paper, something nothing could compare to. However, stopped selling? It had been directly stopped. This news was dropped like a bombshell on those who had yet to get what they wanted from the loot box. Countless people turned their screens on. At the page where Chen Feng's loot box had been sold previously, only these words were left. Due to the series of negative incidents that happened recently, this research paper has received countless complaints by producers. After taking into consideration the negative effect this research paper has had on society, it is hereby announced that this research paper will stop selling. Everyone was dumbstruck. As for those who had joined in on the complaints previously, they were all bewildered. God knew this would happen. Truly, they had only wanted Chen Feng to reduce the price. Even Yu Fang was stunned. Based on his plan, if Chen Feng had reduced his price, those who had bought a lot of his loot boxes would definitely start creating a ruckus. He had never expected that Chen Feng would directly stop selling. This. Which idiot complained about this? Yeah? Come out here. I only joined everyone yesterday, and up till now, I only had the chance to buy 10 loot boxes so far. Same here. I have only gotten a single SSR teardrop. Everyone started discussing without stop. This was especially true for those who had spent a lot buying the loot boxes and were expecting their investment to be returned soon after obtaining what they wanted from the loot boxes. They were all incomparably furious. The spear that had initially been aimed at Chen Feng was now pointed toward those complainers. Once again, Chen Feng became a trending topic. Trending through the world. Countless complaints were launched toward the headquarters of the Gene Production Association. This time, it was a truly huge amount of complaints, much higher than the previous wave of complaints. As for the contents of these new complaints, they were all complaining about those who had complained against Chen Feng the previous time. Even the Gene Production Association could not escape the fate of being complained about. Everyone was stunned. Those who had prepared to teach Chen Feng a lesson were collapsing emotionally. He still had this trick up his sleeve. At every single branch of the Gene Production Association were a huge amount of complainers. The public image of Chen Feng that had initially reached rock bottom had, at this moment, started making a comeback. Countless people were hoping for Chen Feng to start selling again. Please start selling again. I won't mind even if the price is increased. The only thing I want is a single SR teardrop. Countless producers started flaming online. Not everyone would be aiming for SSR teardrop or a complete collection of all drops. An absolute majority of them only required some SR teardrops, which in all honesty weren't particularly hard to obtain. Countless requests for the sale to be reinstated were sent to the headquarters. To warn all this, the association felt helpless as well. Just earlier, they had all been discussing ways to deal with Chen Feng and ways to withdraw his qualification to compete for the Excellence Award. Now, in the blink of eye, they had to instead beg Chen Feng to continue selling instead. This, at a certain location. Isn't this a good thing for you? A person said to Yu Fang. Chen Feng had stopped selling. Regardless of how huge an uproar it caused, this would settle down with time. This also signified that he would no longer be able to increase his contribution points. This would be Yu Fang's opportunity. If he started selling his research papers crazily, he might be able to overtake Chen Feng. Perhaps. Yu Fang was tempted. However, just as he raised his head to look at the rankings, his heart chilled. The Chen Feng's current contribution points were tenfold his own. Even if Chen Feng stopped gaining contribution points, it would still be impossible for Yu Fang to overtake him. Yu Fang felt bitter. How did this happen? Hence, the only way for him to defeat Chen Feng was still to disqualify him. But how was he supposed to accomplish that now? Chen Feng's identity was too unique. Previously, he had been planning to use public opinion to force Chen Feng a step back. But now, Chen Feng had unexpectedly stopped selling, and public opinion was now skewed in Chen Feng's favor. Even if he wanted to disqualify Chen Feng, it was no longer possible. Yu Fang's heart chilled. It's over. After scheming for so long, a simple stop of sale by Chen Feng had spoiled all his schemes. Chen Feng had not only gained the public praise, toward the end, he would ultimately still obtain the Excellence Award. Someone beside him suddenly said, there might still be some methods. Yu Fang's eyes shone. Oh, that person whispered, there's an extremely simple method. It will depend on whether you, old man, are daring enough to do it. What method is it? Conversion. Conversion? Yu Fang's heart thumped. That's right. That person beamed. Contribution points are indeed something that can't be sold. However, the conversion between contribution points and cash is something that has always been happening at the black market. If purchasing research papers were used as the cover, it would be even easier to do. Black market. Yu Fang's heart trembled. That was a domain the association was extremely prejudiced against. He was extremely aware of how scary this thing he was planning to do was. However, this was also the only method in which he could surpass Chen Feng's contribution points. Moreover, he was aware that a huge price would have to be paid to surpass Chen Feng. Perhaps his savings over several decades would all be exhausted for this. If he was able to obtain the Excellence Award, if he was able to become part of the management of the association, if his words started carrying a certain weight to them, at that time, if he were to start erasing any trace of what he had done secretly, no problem should arise. Yu Fang contemplated before finally deciding to do it. I don't know anyone from the black market, Yu Fang said. I know some, as long as I'm promised a commission of 10%, I will deal with everything for you. That person laughed happily. Next, the transaction started progressing secretly. The next day, on the rankings, Yu Fang's contribution points started increasing rapidly. His score that had initially been far below Chen Feng started pressing in. Moreover, under their intentional control, Yu Fang's score was pressing forth at a steady pace with no sudden burst in the speed it was increasing at. Evidently, these people were all professionals at this. Currently, Countless people were still creating a ruckus over Chen Feng's stop of sale. None of them had noticed Yu Fang's score that had increased. 1 day, 2 days, just as they reached the last day of the Excellence Award evaluation period, the initially first place Chen Feng was overtaken. Once again, an uproar was created at Star City. Chen Feng was in second place. Yu Fang was in first place. Everyone was shaken. Only now did they realize that Yu Fang had quietly charged forth to grab first place without anyone noticing. But his score, aren't his contribution points somewhat high? He has recently released several tens of research papers. Perhaps those were related to his gain in contribution points. Everyone started guessing. Yu Fang obtaining first place was a major event. At the very least, it was major for the residents of Star City. It was said that, on that day itself, a countless amount of people went forth and started gifting Yu Fang with presents, wishing that he would take great care of them in the future, etc. As for Yu Fang, he had an extremely rosy expression on his face. This was worth it. After today, he would be the recipient of the Excellence Award. All those people such as Lan Jingling, Chen Feng, after competing against each other for so long, hadn't Yu Fang still become the one who reaped the profit in the end? As such, when doing something, it was important to use one's brain. Yu Fang was feeling joyful and content. However, at 10 sharp that night, 2 hours before the end of the evaluation period, Chen Feng released a new announcement. Recently, a huge amount of complaints requesting for the sale to be reinstated have been received. Due to this research paper will temporarily start selling again. To thank everyone for their support all these while, a 24-hour limited promotion will begin. Bang! Right after this announcement, it caused a huge uproar. It was reinstated. Everyone was going crazy. When Yu Fang received this news, his eyes darkened, and he almost fainted then and there. It's over. This was the only thought in his mind. He had initially believed that Chen Feng had decided to stop his sale after the severe pressure he was receiving, but now that he looked at it, Chen Feng wasn't even the least bothered with the pressure previously exerted on him, still selling whenever he wished. As for the contribution points, Yu Fang watched on with desperation as the contribution points he'd obtained using 10 whole days were overtaken by Chen Feng in a mere 10 minutes. They were simply players of 2 different leagues. The supporters of Chen Feng's loot box that had been holding it in for so long were all going crazy, as they were afraid that Chen Feng would suddenly stop selling again. Coupled with the fact that there was now a limited promotion going on, they started purchasing crazily. Everyone was going crazy. At 12 sharp, the evaluation period ended. Everything on the rankings vanished, leaving a single name behind: Chen Feng, the newly anointed excellent producer. Excellent producer. This was an extremely unique identity. From now onward, Chen Feng would be shedding his identity as a commoner and would become part of the association's management. At the very least, he would have a vote and right to make his suggestions regarding various strategic decisions of the organization. This was the most important benefit of having this Excellence Award. Due to his young age, Chen Feng had also become the youngest excellent producer in history. Success. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Now he would at least have some sort of influence when it came to pushing the association's agenda towards certain events, such as the upcoming Star City battle. That apocalypse-like scene had been replaying in Chen Feng's brain without stop. The scene where the whole Star City was destroyed had caused his heart to thump furiously countless times. Chen Feng muttered, even if Senior Hu Liang has said that the association has already made some preparations, still, those who had never witnessed what he had seen would never be able to imagine how severe the situation was. The only thing the association could do was increase their vigilance and prepare some defensive measures. A method truly capable of resisting against that calamity did not yet exist. An example would be the defensive system of Star City. Chen Feng had found a defensive system that was a huge energy barrier imitating the appearance of a celestial body that would envelope the whole of Star City. A defensive barrier possessing the ability to defend against and counterattack against all sorts of abilities, an existence said to possess the topmost defense. Chen Feng contemplated as he studied the details regarding Star City's defense. The next day, as the Star City conference was starting, the whole of Star City started bustling with noise. Only when something involved a strategic decision of great importance would the upper levels of Star City hold a conference to discuss it. This time around, the topic of their discussion was the loot box. Since Chen Feng was now already the recipient of the Producer Excellence Award, They were hoping that he would be able to somewhat reduce the price. Countless people were looking forward to this. The conference started at 10 sharp. Chen Feng had arrived early in the morning as well. The so-called Star City Conference was in actuality a gathering of everyone qualified to vote for strategic decisions before they started voting for or against the discussed strategic decisions. Finally, the decision would be made after the voting. All the members of the management and excellent producers would be eligible to participate in this. However, none of the excellent producers awarded during the previous years were here. For these people, unless there was something that interested them in the conference, they would simply not attend. Hence, although there was a huge number of people eligible for voting, the final number of voters would be around 20 or 30 people. Naturally, for this affair concerning Chen Feng's loot box, none of them were eligible to vote for it. This was something that could only be decided by Chen Feng himself. As such, they could only discuss it, rather than calling for a vote on it. Before long, the vice president and the rest entered the conference hall. Next, the conference officially began. Everyone first proceeded to welcome Chen Feng's inclusion into the ranks of excellent producers before moving on with the hot loot box incident. Almost everyone's gaze landed on Chen Feng. All right, just reduce the price then, Chen Feng said indifferently. He wasn't particularly interested in the contribution points anyway. It was only something he had accumulated to obtain the Excellence Award. However, even if the price was reduced, he had to ascertain that it was done in a way that the old customers of his were not disheartened by the price reduction. I will do it step by step, Chen Feng muttered. Right now, it's still the 20% promotion period. After several days, I will permanently maintain the price at 20% promotion. After a while, the price reduction will be 50%, followed by 70%, then 90%. To achieve the price reduction goal. With this, the benefits of both his old and new customers would be protected. Good. Everyone was overjoyed at this. Many thanks. Now they found Chen Feng much more pleasing to their eyes. Chen Feng smiled bashfully. Soon they started discussing other strategic decisions. Everyone started voting. As for Chen Feng, he abstained from voting most of the time. The conference reached the end quickly. However, just as the conference was about to end, Chen Feng stood up suddenly. Chen Feng slowly said, I have a proposal. What? Everyone widened their eyes. Proposal? What was he thinking of doing? Chen Feng. Hu Liang pulled Chen Feng down immediately. Had this child gone crazy? That's right. Although every participant of this conference had a right to propose something for everyone else to vote on, under normal circumstances, only the upper management, such as the vice president, would be the ones doing the proposing. It was quite rare for someone else to propose something. After all, the others did not possess the authority the higher management possessed. Hence, even after the proposal, it couldn't be said for sure that anyone else would agree with what was proposed. In the beginning, everyone would be making their respective proposals in excitement. However, after finding out that their proposals would always be rejected, as they were unable to obtain majority support, they would only give up on proposing. Unexpectedly, on his first day as an excellent producer, Chen Feng had decided to use this right of proposal. This guy was truly brave. Oh, the vice president looked at Chen Feng unhurriedly with an indescribable expression on his face. Well, let's hear it, then. As everyone heard his words, they wiped their sweat. The president was in seclusion all year round. As such, the authority of Star City was normally in the hands of the vice president. After all these years, a vast majority of the management were comprised of his supporters. Proposal? Without obtaining his approval, no proposals would be approved. This was, after all, a sort of provocation toward the authority of the vice president. After all, back when the conference had first started, its purpose had been to keep the power of the president in check. This was the true purpose of the existence of this conference. However, as time had passed, it had become how it was currently. Although there were a huge amount of excellent producers, they were generally apathetic people who were not bothered with affairs that did not affect them. As such, the conference had completely failed to keep the balance of power in check. At the very most, these excellent producers would only vote occasionally to affect some minor decisions. Chen Feng proposed his idea. I hope that Star City will be able to deploy the celestial defense system as soon as possible. Light's world. He started explaining, using various information he had, some of which was bogus, some genuine. He started talking about various terrifying scenarios that might happen during the upcoming attack against Star City by the mysterious organization. In conclusion, I hope that we can deploy the Celestial Defense System as soon as possible, Chen Feng said calmly. Celestial Defense System, that thing. If what Chen Feng said was true and the mysterious organization indeed possessed some methods of attack specifically designed for Star City, it was quite a reliable idea to have the Celestial Defense System installed. Moreover, even without any crisis, there wouldn't be any disadvantages to upgrading their defense system anyway. I find this to be acceptable, feasible. Surprisingly, his idea is quite acceptable. Everyone started discussing. Right at this instant, the vice president started talking slowly. I have 2 questions. Chen Feng looked at him. Please say what you have in mind. First, how is this mysterious organization capable of possessing the power to destroy Star City? An organization that has been suppressed by us to the point where they can only hide everywhere like a rat. What is there to be afraid of? Second, activation of the Celestial Defense System requires the cooperation of the Genetic Union as well. A huge amount of manpower and resources, and funds in the billions, are required. Where should this money come from? Then, the reserve fund of Star City. If we were to use up the reserve fund, the progress of development in gene production at Star City will have at least a 200% reduction in speed. The vice president finished his words indifferently. Everyone else sunk into silence. Only 2 points of his had negated almost everything Chen Feng had suggested. The basis of Chen Feng's argument was the threat posed by the mysterious organization. However, at his very first sentence, the vice president had this threat negated. As for all the things he'd said subsequently, such as funds and the like, none of those were important. In short, the vice president was totally against this idea. The others exchanged glances and made their decision shortly after. Soon, some of them started speaking out. I reject this proposal, I reject this proposal as well. However, as this was something Chen Feng had proposed toward the end of the conference, a long time was required for everyone to discuss this. As such, the final voting was delayed. The vice president announced the end of today's conference. Since the discussion has yet to end, we will continue tomorrow. Soon, everyone left. What had happened during the conference was spread to the public, causing a huge sensation. Had Chen Feng gone crazy? This was the first thought everyone had. Hu Liang shook his head helplessly. See, no worries. Chen Feng merely smiled at this bureaucracy. The only reason he had made his proposal at the end of the conference was so that the final vote could be delayed. As for tomorrow, Chen Feng smiled profoundly. Don't worry. There will be people agreeing with my proposal. Hu Liang smiled bitterly. How is that possible? He had been here for several decades. As such, he had a deeper understanding of how things were done around here compared to Chen Feng. Out of all the people from the management eligible for voting, 80% of them were from the vice president's faction. As for the rest, they might not necessarily support Chen Feng either. Hence, Chen Feng simply had zero hope of succeeding in his proposal. Picture this situation. If Chen Feng's proposal was approved, what would happen if the others decided to start making their own proposals as well? Or perhaps, one day, someone might decide to do away with the vice president's post. This was the main reason the vice president would not relinquish his grasp of power on the conference. He would not hand over the power capable of deciding his fate to some excellent producer. The only right those excellent producers needed to have was the right to vote. That would be sufficient. This was the vice president's bottom line. The night passed quietly. Chen Feng's proposal had also caused quite an incident. Everyone was thinking that Chen Feng was akin to a newborn calf that was unaware of the tiger's horror, or perhaps he was simply unaware of the unwritten rules around here. He is, after all, too young. True. Well, he will wake up from his illusion tomorrow. As a genius, he indeed needs more life experience. Everyone discussed calmly. The next day, the conference reopened to continue the discussion. However, shocking everyone present, just as the conference started, they discovered that there were around 40 to 50 excellent producers present in this conference. Their amount was so huge the conference hall couldn't fit them all. What happened? The vice president had an ominous feeling. At the Star City conference, the discussion of a certain proposal was progressing. The conference hall that had always been rather empty was currently filled with numerous people. There were even some who were standing due to a shortage of seats. Everyone else, the vice president included, was bewildered. They had never imagined a day would come where this room would be filled to the point that people needed to stand because of a shortage of seats. Should we change into a bigger hall? Proposed the vice president. Nope, I'm fine standing. An old producer smiled as he said, let's get this started. After it's over, I will be going back. Vice President. Why the heck are all these old men here sticking their nose into this conference? Why had these people appeared here? No one knew the answer. The Vice President had a faint feeling that this was related to Chen Feng. Unfortunately, though, he did not have the guts to chase these people away. Apart from that weirdo Chen Feng, anyone else capable of receiving the Excellence Award would be a person of a terrifying identity. Regardless of their production level or background, all were top-notch. None of this was something a vice president like him could shake. Then, let's begin the conference. The vice president inhaled deeply before continuing. Pertaining to the deployment of the Celestial Defense System at Star City, I believe everyone has already made up their mind on this. Now, let us start voting. Those agreeing with the deployment of the Celestial Defense System. Just as the vice president started talking, I agree, shwa, shwa, shwa. A huge bunch of hands were raised as a sign of agreement. 10, 20, 30. As for the producers standing around due to seat shortage, almost every single one of them had their hands raised as well. As for the other excellent producers that were only here as spectators, they raised their hand to join in the crowd without hesitation as well when they witnessed this scene. Finally, a total of 40 votes were accumulated in favor of deployment. The vice president's eyes darkened. It passed. The proposal was passed just like that. He looked at himself and the 20-odd people in his faction, and his heart chilled. He had actually been defeated by an excellent producer like Chen Feng. Nobody was aware of the reason these excellent producers had agreed with Chen Feng's proposal. One had to know that, in every year's Excellence Award, every single recipient of the award was the one with the highest contribution points. These were the people who had depended on their accumulation and background to fight over the top position. As such, these excellent producers here were all unrelated to each other. Some were even those of opposing factions. If so, how had they reached this agreement? It was totally unknown. An old producer impatiently asked the vice president, is it done? Yes, it's done. The vice president smiled bitterly as he announced, the proposal for the deployment of the Celestial Defense System has been approved. It will be carried out starting from today. Perhaps Chen Feng made up some crisis to persuade these excellent producers? The vice president guessed. These old producers were all people who had reached great heights, had large families, and led businesses. As such, all of them were extremely afraid of the prospect of death. If Chen Feng was able to describe the crisis in an extremely horrifying way, it was quite probable they would be persuaded. Hence, these old men had all decided to come here for a vote. This is most probably what happened, the vice president thought to himself. However, right at this instant, after he agreed with the implementation of Chen Feng's proposal, all the excellent producers started leaving. Instantly, the conference hall appeared empty once again. The vice president's expression darkened. Evidently, all of them had only been here to vote for Chen Feng's proposal, only here to support Chen Feng. They had not even bothered to give the vice president face and pretend to stay an extra minute here after the vote was done. The vice president was ashen-faced. This is too excessive. The vice president looked toward Chen Feng. As for the history's youngest excellent producer, Chen Feng, he merely smiled faintly, as if everything was under his control. The vice president narrowed his eyes. This guy. Soon, the conference ended. The news of the Celestial Defense System passing the vote had all of Star City shocked. It passed? How is that possible? How is that not possible? I heard that almost half the current existing excellent producers left their seclusion to give Chen Feng a vote of support. God. Chen Feng commands such a level of support? How powerful? Is this a form of protest by those old producers? If the vice president persists in his ways, perhaps in the next conference, he might even get the vice president post removed altogether. That's very probable. Everyone started discussing without stop. They felt that everything had suddenly changed. The vice president's sole monopoly on power had been defeated by Chen Feng just like that. This was truly too terrifying. A mere excellent producer actually possessed such a capability. Countless people shivered at this thought. The capability demonstrated by Chen Feng was simply too dreadful. Among them, what shocked everyone the most and piqued their curiosity the most was the method Chen Feng had employed to have all these excellent producers vote in his favor. One had to know that these were a group of people from different factions, some of them from factions opposing each other. This was what everyone knew. On that very day, countless people started visiting those old producers in hopes of getting a clue. None of them managed to obtain any information. It wasn't long before there was no longer any need for them to try to find that out, though. On the next day, as rumors were still flying everywhere as everyone tried guessing the reason, a single announcement shocked everyone. The latest gene reagent created by Chen Feng had been certified and was about to be released for sale soon. The name of the gene reagent: Heaven-dazzling gene reagent. Gene reagent? It's not research paper. He can even sell this thing? Oh, I heard that Chen Feng actually has his own shop. Is that so? Everyone was confused. Only a gene reagent? One had to know that if it was a research paper he had released, it would have been something everyone could study. As for an item like a gene reagent, it was something a majority of the people might not even require, especially for the members of the Gene Production Association. What a joke. Were there any gene reagents the Gene Production Association was incapable of producing? Was there a need for them to purchase any gene reagents? Moreover, gene producers rarely get involved in combat situations. As such, what was the use of those gene reagents for them? Besides, the Gene Production Association was essentially an association that focused on the sale of gene reagents instead of the purchase of gene reagents. As such, they have no need for any gene reagents. What was so special about the gene reagent Chen Feng was selling? However, these thoughts only remained in their heads for one single hour. When they obtained the details regarding Chen Feng's gene reagent from the certification center, the whole world stirred. Name: Heaven-dazzling gene reagent. Difficulty: 5 stars. Class: D. Function: forcefully increases spiritual energy by 1 point. Also applicable when breaking through one's limit. The effect will be weakened when used by those above C class. This, God. How could such a thing exist? Countless people were shocked. Limit breakthrough for C class. Such a thing actually existed in this world? For producers, what was the hardest feat for them? Breaking through. Not only did they need to spend a huge amount of time studying gene production, they also needed to spare some time to increase their strength as well. However, as gene producers were generally without combat power, strength increase was an extremely difficult feat for them. Even more so for limit breakthrough. Such a gene reagent was something whose existence was almost impossible. There were a huge amount of producers that were stuck as advanced level producers for their whole lives because they were limited by their class. Yet now Chen Feng had casually tossed out a gene reagent. A gene reagent that, interestingly, happened to be a gene reagent capable of breaking one through into C class. The minimum class an advanced producer required to become a master producer. What did this signify? This signified that those who had been stuck as advanced level producers for many years could now take this leap forward to become a true master producer. From then on, their identity would be different. From then on, their strength would increase. An upgrade from advanced producer to master producer was a transformation in the truest sense. Such an item. Everyone's heart trembled. The significance of this thing here was far higher to the Gene Production Association compared to those warriors at the Genetic Union. It was very probable that this single gene reagent of Chen Feng's would bring about a huge upgrade to the strength of the Gene Production Association as a whole. Everything is going to change. This was what everyone thought. The next day, at the strongest gene shop in the virtual community, this small shop that had been gradually forgotten by the masses officially began selling the heaven-dazzling gene reagent. The sale was limited to 3 per day. This was the result of Chen Feng's consideration after passing the certification for this gene reagent. 3 gene reagents per day might be able to somewhat satisfy the market demand, but surprising everyone, all 3 sets of this gene reagent were sold at an extremely expensive price. The price sensationalized the whole world. This is crazy. This price. It went over 10 million just like that. Everyone was bewildered. They had never imagined that a gene reagent could reach such a price. However, even at this price, the demand still wildly exceeded the supply for this gene reagent. It was said that all 3 gene reagents released on that day were purchased by some resellers. Chen Feng and the heaven-dazzling gene reagent became the 2 terms that were trending worldwide. The wave that was Chen Feng's name, which had calmed since the competition back then, was once again raging, his name becoming known worldwide. However, at this moment where his name seemed to be all the rage, Chen Feng was hiding in seclusion. He had no other choice. The amount of gene reagents he owed others were truly too high in amount. For example, those old brothers that had voted for his proposal at the conference. Although these people had no use for this gene reagent, it was different for their descendants. That was also the reason they all had come out and voted for Chen Feng's proposal. After 7 whole days in seclusion, Chen Feng finally managed to produce enough of this gene reagent to pay his debts. As of now, the legend of the heaven-dazzling gene reagent started spreading. Along with that, Wu Yoshan became a figure of legends among the masses. Wu Hui was extremely grateful for this. He was aware that this was a gift to him by Chen Feng. Wu Hui clenched his fists. Master. Surprising everyone, at this moment, an odd piece of news started spreading. It was actually the objection of the Wu family that believed that Chen Feng had stolen Wu Yoshan's formula. Ah? Wu Hui was at a loss. Wu family? What Wu family? When further investigation was done on this, they found with astonishment that these were the relatives of Wu Hui, the bunch of people that had previously bullied Wu Hui terribly. This bunch of people had appeared. These guys. Wu Hui's killing intent surged. These were the same bunch of people that had been causing a disturbance at their family the first instant his father had perished. You feel like killing someone? Chen Feng asked toyingly. Wu Hui's gaze was sharp. Yes. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Go, then. However, before that, there is something that you need to do. Wu Hui raised his head blankly. Ah? A sinister smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Something that should have been done long ago. He was simply filled with anticipation for that thing. The next day, just as the Wu family's relatives were raising their objections, outside of everyone's expectations, a video was released. It was released at the combat forum and had an astonishing title. Wu Hui, son of Wu Yoshan, the genius youngster. A true demonic murderer. What? Everyone opened the video with curiosity. What they saw was a seemingly ordinary recording of a battle. However, the instant the video started playing, the intense killing intent from the recorded scene felt like it was leaking out of the video itself. That intense killing intent seemingly condensed in the sky, akin to the arrival of an apocalypse. An ice-cold voice echoed, "Cosmic manifestation. First form." The air trembled. From the horizon, a pitch-black aura gleamed without stop before a terrifying black sword appeared, seemingly piercing through the horizon to descend upon this world from the heavens. Bang! The viewers were almost shaken out of the video they were watching. I am Wu Hui. I once killed an A-class. This is the first form. Cosmic manifestation. Second form. Demonic Azura hatchet. I have a hatchet originating from the Azura domain. Accompanying this hatchet is the power to corrode the universe and the might to crush mountains. Every single slash with this hatchet disintegrates space itself. The instant this demonic Azura hatchet is unleashed, it will not return without first tasting blood. The indifferent voice echoed. Every single time Wu Hui moved, heaven and earth trembled. Second form. Third form. Every single time he attacked, rivers of blood were created. Those formidable B-class genetic warriors were killed by him. Shwa. Light swirled around as the video finally ended. The bone-piercing chill startled all the viewers awake. It was also at this instant that they discovered that their backs were already drenched with sweat as of an unknown point in time. Only now did the masses realize that the strongest person in the Wu family was not Wu Yoshan. Rather, it was Wu Hui. The most eye-catching genius of the Wu family was actually this youth. He's only 14 years old. Killing an A-class at 14 years old? Everyone exclaimed in admiration. That scene with rivers of blood was etched into their brains. Along with the sale of the heaven-dazzling gene reagent, as the popularity of Wu Yoshan peaked, Wu Hui's appearance created an even bigger uproar. Henceforth, Wu Hui the demonic king was known worldwide. Under Chen Feng's intentional dissemination, the video of Wu Hui's battle spread far and wide. Almost everyone formed their impression of him. Wu Hui is very powerful. Extremely powerful, at least an A-class combatant. Wu Hui was extremely nervous. Master, go. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. Now everyone has a preformed impression of you. You can go back without worry now. Wu family, hee. Wu Hui was grateful. Yes, Chen Feng reminded him. Remember, don't tell anyone the truth of your ability. As long as no one knows about it, you are undefeatable. Oh right, remember to record more of your battles. The recordings of those scenes with a terrifying atmosphere can be used to create a virtual video to remind everyone of your strength. Only with this can you become even stronger. Alright, Wu Hui left, with the return of this youngster enveloped in the demonic aura of a genius. Those clowns at the Wu family would most probably be huddled together while they trembled in fear. Chen Feng stretched lazily. Finally, I'm done with the busy tasks. The celestial defense system was already deployed and would be ready in a month. At that time, Star City would finally possess a certain degree of defensive power. Chen Feng did not need to worry about any sudden attacks that would directly destroy Star City anymore. Wu Hui's affair was settled as well. Next, he could finally proceed with his personal affairs. Gene fusion. Chen Feng concentrated his gaze on the C-class gene reagents list. With his current status, 80% of the database of Star City was available to him. He could easily obtain all the information pertaining to C-class fusion gene reagents. Wind Blade, Myriad Illusions, Energy Equipment. What should the fourth ability be? Chen Feng sunk into contemplation. Due to the existence of his unlimited wind blades, his energy equipment was extremely formidable. He was currently well equipped for both defense and offense. Apart from that, he also possessed a capability to skip classes and battle those of higher classes to a certain degree. Based on the difference of their attributes, for him to battle someone of a higher class, the minimum requirement was that the opponent's power not exceed his power by tenfold. The tenfold here did not refer to merely 10 times his attributes. Rather, it was tenfold his power. For example, if his opponent were using an ability that multiplied his combat power by 2, Chen Feng would require a combat power equivalent to a C-class's power multiplied by 20 in order to contend against this opponent. Chen Feng analyzed. The amplification effect of energy equipment is 500%. If I use unlimited wind blades as the energy supply, I might be able to amplify my power by tenfold. If myriad illusionary wind blade are used to obtain a property that my opponent is weak against, I might be able to double the effect of my power. Based on this calculation, he might have a chance of victory against someone who had newly advanced into B-class. Naturally, this would be limited to a B-class without any genetic abilities with a power amplification of more than 200%. As for a veteran B-class, he could casually use some genetic abilities with an amplification of 300% or 500% or some random secret art, and Chen Feng would be directly defeated. Skipping classes was simply a feat that would be harder the higher a person's class was. Chen Feng rubbed his head. I am still too weak. His plan to charge into A-class before the Star City battle was somewhat unreliable. Moreover, it was quite probable that the A-class that he reached in a rush might not be too formidable combat power-wise due to the haste in his advancement. If that were the case, things would be worse for him. Hence, after thinking about it, Chen Feng decided to put his focus on increasing his actual combat power to A-class rather than actually reaching A-class. This seemed to be a more rational path for him to take. However, a casual attack by an A-class would be 100-fold stronger than a regular C-class. A regular genetic ability wouldn't help if he wanted to reach such a level. He did not possess a unique bloodline like what Wu Hui possessed. How should he increase his combat power, then? What was the genetic ability capable of this? Chen Feng started speed reading the data of countless gene reagents. Wind, fire, water, lighting, all these properties were capable of bringing a formidable combat power to his energy equipment. However, after contemplation, Chen Feng rejected all these, as these were properties that Myriad Illusions would be able to provide him anyway. When Myriad Illusionary Wind Blade was used to assemble energy equipment, the energy equipment would be of the most optimal property to face the opponent he was facing. That was also the strongest aspect of his energy equipment and the basis of Chen Feng's combat power. Filter all property-based amplification genetic abilities. Shwa. 80% of the list Chen Feng was reading disappeared. Chen Feng raised his head and focused on the remaining abilities on the list. Gravity. Space. What remained were some formidable and rare abilities. Naturally, due to the unique usage of these abilities, the combat power of these abilities was somewhat weak compared to a regular property-based ability. There was a gap of at least threefold in combat power. For example, the gravity controlling ability. When this ability was used by itself, it would only be able to weakly affect gravity. Only when this ability was used as the core with other complementing genetic abilities to form a secret art would it unleash its true power. For a person like Chen Feng, who would not be able to use any proper secret arts due to his existing genetic abilities, such genetic abilities weren't particularly useful. Increasing combat power. Challenging those of higher classes. Chen Feng skimmed through the list speedily. However, he could not find any genetic abilities he was satisfied with. A vast majority of these abilities required some complementing genetic abilities to unleash their true power. Suddenly, he blanked. Wait. To defeat the enemy, increasing his combat power was not the only way to go about it. If he was able to weaken his enemy. Once again, Chen Feng concentrated on the Day 2 of the C-class fusion gene reagents. Soon, he locked onto a particular gene reagent. Death Lion Gene Reagent. Class, C. Difficulty, 4 stars. Type, Fusion Gene Reagent. Effect, obtain the Nethergaze genetic ability. Function, activates the eye of the netherworld to analyze the rules of the opponent's energy and seek the opponent's fatal weak point. If the opponent's weak point is successfully hit, the user's power will be amplified tenfold. Depending on the gap between the strength of the user and the opponent, the time taken for the analysis will differ. Secret art combination, not yet discovered. Nethergaze, an extremely powerful genetic ability. This was a different type of ability than Wind Blade, Myriad Illusions, and Energy Equipment, which were all energy-based attacking abilities. Nethergaze was a pure support genetic ability that was able to help one unleash an extremely formidable combat power. An amplifier of tenfold signified that this ability alone would enable one to challenge an opponent one class higher than the user. This was an extremely powerful support ability. However, the amount of users of this ability was quite low in amount. The reason for this was quite simple. This was an ability without any secret art combinations. The Death Lion gene reagent did not work well with other gene reagents. In other words, the moment one fused with this genetic ability, they would obtain a lone independent genetic ability that would not work together with one's other genetic abilities. One would lose the chance to obtain countless secret arts of one's class. This would result in the user of this genetic ability having a secret art that would forever be 1 star lower than the secret arts of others. For example, at a class where everyone else would possess a 4-star secret art, a user of Nethergaze would only have a 3-star secret art. When others were using 5-star secret arts, the user would only possess a 4-star secret art. This would create a disparity between them. The difference between secret arts with a 1-star difference was as wide as the ocean. Hence, despite how powerful this ability was, the number of users of this ability was extremely low in amount. A vast majority of people were not willing to waste one of their genetic ability slots to obtain a pure support genetic ability that would only work by itself. However, for Chen Feng, this was the best ability for him, as he was a person who did not require any sort of secret art or gene armament. Fatal weak point. Chen Feng focused on this ability's description. Before fusing with this ability, he wanted to see the ability's actual effect and find out more about the difference in analysis time depending on the gap in strength between the two parties. Chen Feng started studying the internal database of Star City. Countless data appeared on his screen without stop. This was a special benefit for the Excellence Award holders. One after another, reports pertaining to this ability appeared. Chen Feng opened these reports. Light swirled around him as Chen Feng entered the virtual video. This was the basic requirement for one who was testing a genetic ability. During the initial test, it would be automatically recorded to help with data gathering and future tests. In the video, a C-class middle-aged man appeared. In front of him was a C-class android. Bang! The battle started. It could be clearly seen that the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage in this battle. Facing an android with off-the-charts combat power, he was simply powerless. Right at that instant, the middle-aged man's eyes started glowing a bizarre tint of green. Nethergaze, activated. The whole world seemingly turned ash-green in color. Before his eyes was the android whose body was enveloped by a dazzling radiance, which represented the android's energy. Apart from that, numerous odd lines that were seemingly related to the android could be seen on its body as well. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the middle-aged man continued the battle. His eyes glowed with a bizarre ash green glow and locked onto the android. From the middle-aged man's point of view, a bizarre ash green crosshair was locked onto the android. The crosshair was formed of 3 different halos and could be seen rotating without stop while the android was locked onto. Finally, the android's fatal weak point was locked onto Ch.2. The radiance of the ash green crosshair intensified. Now, bang! The middle-aged man that had been at a disadvantage all along suddenly erupted and aimed straight at the android's chest. Toward the initially incomparably solid chest of the android, he unleashed his strongest attack. Bang! The terrifying attack erupted in power, and the android started defending itself in a well-practiced manner. Based on the data it had gathered regarding this opponent during the battle, such an attack would not be able to penetrate its defenses. However, bang! That terrifying attack actually ignored everything and, with tenfold power and eruption, bombarded straight toward the android. The middle-aged man that had initially been somewhat weaker than the android had erupted with an extremely powerful attack, unleashing a power that could even challenge those of a higher class and insta-killed the android. Ch.2. The battle ended. The scene before Chen Feng returned to reality. Chen Feng was shaken. This is the so-called fatal weak point. He was sure that, when the android had been locked onto by the ability, all the defensive abilities of the android had still been working normally. However, that attack had still worked against the android. This signified that this ability was not a pure physical attack. Rather, it was an ability that existed outside of the rules, an ability capable of ignoring the rules of nature and ignoring defenses, an extremely terrifying ability. Naturally, the time required for lockdown and analysis was somewhat long. Chen Feng played a different video. How about the others? This time, it was the same C-class middle-aged man against a B-class opponent. The time taken for the analysis to complete increased greatly. 3 whole minutes were required for the analysis to be completed. After the analysis was done, the middle-aged man erupted with a single powerful attack and injured the B-class enemy. That's right, he only successfully injured the enemy. Next, he was defeated by the enemy, Chen Feng. Due to the fact that this middle-aged man had fused with this genetic ability, his combat power was already comparatively weaker than other C-class warriors, and he still needed to struggle for 3 whole minutes against a B-class before his analysis was completed. If this wasn't a test, he would have probably been killed by his enemy. Apart from that, even if the analysis was completed and tenfold power was unleashed, so what? Therefore, the test concluded that it was a nearly impossible feat for one to use this ability to challenge a person of a higher class. The test result is still trustable, Chen Feng muttered. After he finished studying the data, he was even more resolute in his decision to choose Nethergaze as his ability. The only reason for this was because this ability was simply too compatible with him. Issues such as weak combat power among those in the same class were non-existent factors for him. He was sure that he had zero fear against any enemy that was in the same class as him. The only foes he had a problem dealing with presently were those enemies that were way more powerful than him. For this specific issue, Nethergaze would be able to help him accomplish what he wanted. He was sure that, with his strength, he would not even require a full 3 minutes to complete the lockdown. Furthermore, this set of data he'd read was only applicable for a regular version of this ability. If the gene reagent was mutated, Chen Feng's eyes started shining. He had been saving his luck value for quite a while. This was what he had been waiting for. Ch.2. He took out all the data pertaining to the Death Lion gene reagent. Death Lion gene reagent is a gene reagent produced from the genes of a terrifying C-class mutated beast called a Death Lion. This is beast that resides at a unique location known as the Nether Capital, which also happens to be a forbidden area. Forbidden area. Chen Feng's heart leapt as he continued reading. Nether Capital used to be an extremely popular city. One day, an unforeseen event happened and every single life form there was killed in a single night, turning the city into a ghost town. Recommended Explorers class. Rate of exploration, 5%. Description: an A-class genetic warrior and a huge amount of B-class genetic warriors were deployed here by the Genetic Union in the past. However, due to the permanent corrosive damage dealt to their body when they stepped into this area, only 5% of the area was explored before those genetic warriors left hastily. From then onward, this became a forbidden area, none dared to enter. With the passing of time, some unique mutated beasts possessing bizarre genetic abilities were birthed here. Occasionally, some of these beasts would wander out of this area, giving people the chance to capture them. One such mutated beast is the Death Lion. In conclusion, There's no need to enter. I only need to wander outside this area and there will be a chance of me capturing a death lion. Chen Feng was tempted. Nether capital. This was quite a peculiar place. When Chen Feng reached the area near this place on an iron cloud, what entered his sight was a city enveloped by dark clouds. With the dark smog obscuring the city, nothing could be seen clearly. This was the so-called Nether capital. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This feeling, the nearer he got to Nether capital, the more intense that bizarre chill he was feeling became. That sinister feeling where his back chilled caused him to shudder uncontrollably. Pervading this place was a certain mysterious power. Such a power capable of causing A-class warriors to retreat was definitely not simple. His luck aura surveillance system was fully activated. Based on the information he had read, there would be 1 or 2 death lions wandering out here every time a certain interval of time had passed. They would wander around outside of the Nether capital for a short period of time before returning back to where they came from. This window of time where death lions would wander out was what Chen Feng was waiting for. Surprisingly, though, even after 2 full days of waiting here, Chen Feng had yet to see any life forms appearing. Something is not right. Chen Feng started flipping through the data he had. In the past, the frequency of the death lion's appearance was 8 hours per appearance at maximum. Chen Feng's heart throbbed. Something must have happened. If a death lion never appear, he would most probably be forced to enter the Nether capital for real. However, this city in front of him was different from the ice river or the frozen sea he had been to previously. At those places, the option to try evading any danger he encountered was available. But here, it was too dangerous. The only reason the frozen sea had remained an untamed region in the past was due to the unique seawater there. As long as he avoided the seawater, that place in itself wasn't a particularly dangerous place. But here, this was truly a dangerous place, a ghost town enveloped by a sinister aura. Nobody would be able to predict what was going to happen in there. Chen Feng started approaching the Nether capital cautiously. Let's just go take a look first. Just as he was around 5 kilometers away from the Nether capital, the temperature around him dropped to the freezing point. The visibility dropped without stop as well, and a sense of chill enveloped him. Chen Feng started releasing some energy to defend himself against this. A huge amount of bizarre energy is contained within the air around here. The energy in the air here is also somewhat corrosive in nature. As for other characteristics of the energy, they are currently unknown. Chen Feng started analyzing the energy contained in the air around him based on the damage the energy was doing to the defensive layer of energy he had released. The nearer he got to the Nether capital, the faster his energy was exhausted. Fortunately, Chen Feng was already a C-class warrior now. As such a level of exhaustion was still acceptable for him. Chen Feng pondered. Before truly entering the Nether capital, I should be able to maintain a balance between energy exhaustion and regeneration. However, when he was 1 kilometer away from the Nether capital, his luck aura, alarm triggered. Danger. Chen Feng retreated without hesitation. He retreated rapidly. In the darkness, 2 pitch-black silhouettes flashed past. At this instant, intense killing intent could be felt. B-class. Both of the silhouettes were B-class. This confirmed that mutated beasts indeed existed here. Chen Feng retreated without stop for a distance of 1 kilometer. He only stopped when his luck aura, alarm stopped blazing. Chen Feng frowned. They actually chased after me for such a long distance. With his current strength, the most he could accomplish was maintain a balance between energy exhaustion and energy recovery to defend against the corrosive energy lingering in the air around him. In other words, he would not be able to regenerate any other excess energy usage. The moment he started battling a mutated beast here, things would look grim for him. Chen Feng planned. Seems like I have to prepare some recovery gene reagents. After this single trip, he gained a rough understanding of this place. Even if he was only here to capture a single death lion, he would still have to prepare a huge amount of recovery gene reagents. Even with that, he would most probably fail to achieve his objective alone. Granted, the death lion was merely a C-class mutated beast. However, there was a possibility that a B-class mutated beast might be wandering around this place at any given moment. For example, the 2 black silhouettes that had been chasing after him earlier. Chen Feng rubbed his somewhat aching head. It is still too difficult for me to deal with B-class presently. His initial plan had been to sneak in quietly and focus on killing a single death lion noiselessly before leaving after extracting the blood essence of the death lion, but now it seemed that this plan would not work. Chen Feng thought about it. I have to get some help. It was too dangerous to hire outsiders for this. This was especially true for the present him with his unique identity. The people who were waiting for an opportunity to kidnap him would probably be quite high in amount. Since that was the case, he could only look for some trustworthy people for help. Then, besides that, the bizarre environment of this place was also something a vast majority of people couldn't deal with anyway. Chen Feng released a mission that was only limited to those in his contacts list. Target, Nether Capital. Mission, obtaining the blood essence of a death lion. Reward, Heaven Dazzling Gene Reagent. Description: the environment here is somewhat unique, as the air contains a corrosive energy. Please consider this carefully before accepting. Ding, ding. Shortly after, Chen Feng started receiving feedback for his issued mission. Chen Feng was astonished to find that the person who had accepted his mission was Xf. Chen Feng was confused. This guy, a screen popped out. Do you not know how valuable a single Heaven Dazzling Gene Reagent is nowadays? A mere death lion, isn't it something I can capture with a wave of my hand? After obtaining the Heaven Dazzling Gene Reagent, even if I'm not using it myself, I can still sell it off. Xif proudly continued, with my current body that can resist even the seawater of the frozen sea, mere corrosive energy in the air is nothing to me. Chen Feng was startled as he realized that. True, he had almost forgotten that this guy's body had been reconstructed previously. An environment that was hard to deal with for others would pose no difficulty to Xf. This was a guy with a built-in aura of immunity. Perhaps he could truly help in this mission. Alright. Chen Feng approved Xf's application. As for the second applicant, Wang Chun, Chen Feng was dumbstruck. This guy wanted to join as well? The hell? He was looking for helpers, not looking for some bosses to join his mission. Granted, Wang Chun's character was something Chen Feng approved of. His strength wasn't too shabby either. However, with this guy around, Chen Feng would always have the feeling that the roles were swapped, with him becoming the bodyguard instead. This guy's combat power wasn't particularly dependable, as far as Chen Feng was concerned. Wang Chun's one-looking face appeared on his screen. It has been a while. The current Wang Chun was giving off the feeling of a person who'd had all his energy sucked out of him. Chen Feng looked at him with a knowing look. Have you been? Had this guy activated the harem function of his Crystal Palace ability? How many days had it been since Chen Feng had last seen him? Wang Chun was already exhausted to such an extent. Seemed like the Shenhui siblings possessed quite a formidable combat power. Cough cough. Wang Chun coughed before replying with a pale complexion. The main reason for this is the appearance of a third person. Oh, Chen Feng's heart thumped. Third person. Apart from the Shenhui siblings, a third person had appeared. At a place with an environment like the Nether Capital, she would be like a fish back in water. Her combat power will reach peak B class there. Wang Chun sighed with a bitter smile on his face. If you are truly only hunting for a death lion and you are agreeable with us joining, can you give me the reward in advance? All right. Chen Feng agreed. Wang Chun's third summon? He was somewhat looking forward to meeting her. If she was truly as powerful as Wang Chun's description, this trip of his might be easier. As they needed time to prepare for the trip to the Nether Capital, Chen Feng set the mission date to 3 days later. During the 3 days, Chen Feng produced numerous recovery gene reagents as preparation for the trip. As for the Heaven Dazzling Gene Reagents, he had already sent them over to Xf and Wang Chun so they could increase their combat power before setting off on the mission. As long as they prepared sufficiently, this mission should be quite simple. After 3 days, they gathered near the Nether Capital. After a period of time of not seeing Xf, it seemed like some short hairs were sprouting out of Xf's bald head once again. From its appearance, he would most probably regain his hair after a period of time. Chen Feng smiled. Your hair is growing quite fast, eh? Xf laughed proudly. Soon, Wang Chun, with the appearance of a person completely exhausted of energy, appeared with the Shenhui siblings. Next, Xf and Wang Chun's group were formally introduced to each other. Comics are truly powerful. Xf lamented. No wonder he found the girls familiar when he saw them. Xf exclaimed in admiration, if you girls are from the Crystal Palace, I think it is a comic I have seen before as well. You girls are super popular. Shen Yi smiled happily. Thanks. Xf was curious. You girls have actually read your own comic as well? Naturally. Shen Yi smiled embarrassingly before continuing. That was quite a peculiar experience. Oh. Actually, I have a question. With an inquisitive expression on his face, Xuf asked, have you girls seen any of your adult fan fictions? Instantly, everyone sunk into silence. Bang! A violent clump of flame was ignited, accompanied by a miserable shout. That little amount of newly grown hair on Xuf's head was burnt clean, and once again, his head became the shiny bald head it had been in the past. Shenhui snorted before stopped her flame. HMPH. Chen Feng. Wang Chun. They stared at Xuf, sympathy in their eyes. Fanfiction was usually something resulting from some comic, and a huge amount of the content was 30 rated. Wasn't Xuf courting death by asking this question? Clean those up for me when we return. Shenhui stared at Wang Chun coldly and continued, anyone who still dares to wantonly draw such fanfiction, kill without mercy. Wang Chun wiped his cold sweat. Yes, my hair. Xuf did not even have the tears to cry. He had truly only been curious. That was why he had asked that question. Just as he was feeling all gloomy, an intoxicating and alluring voice drifted into his ears. Young brother, have you seen my fan fiction? I'm referring to those embarrassing fan fictions, yo. The soft voice echoed by his ears. Xuf raised his head abruptly. Before him, an astonishingly beautiful young lady appeared. Her beauty was absolutely not below the Shenhui siblings. What caused one's blood to pump was the pitifully little amount of clothing she wore. On her body, there were only several pieces of clothes, which were only sufficient to cover the important parts of her body. That alluring odor she had, and that intoxicating expression on her face. Her body started pressing near to Xuf, to the point that her body was almost pasted to Xuf's body. However, for an unknown reason, Xuf's body chilled. This feeling, this tone of voice. Xuf was startled. It's you, the demonic girl, Ming, a supervillain in the Crystal Palace? All the pores on Xuf's body shuddered as he retreated rapidly and alarmingly stared at her. How boring. Ming curled her lips before settling her body down. Only now did Xuf notice that, since an unknown point of time, the Shenhui siblings had been fully armed and was staring at her on full alert. That was quite reasonable, since in the comic, they were arch-enemies. Shenhui sneered. Why have you come out again? Why can't I come out? Ming beamed as she rested her right hand on Wang Chun's body. Am I right, my little master? Wang Chun started perspiring. Chen Feng contemplated. Was this the third character summoned by Wang Chun? Wait. From what Chen Feng remembered, shouldn't the character summoned be a person he was thinking of summoning in his heart? He had originally believed that Wang Chun would continue summoning the girls of the Shen family. Surprisingly, this brother here had quite a huge capacity for love and had directly summoned the supervillain of the comic. Moreover, out of all the villains, this demonic girl was the person he had summoned. Chen Feng remembered that, in the comic, this chick here was an omnipotent existence, capable of destroying everything. Chen Feng gave Wang Chun a thumbs up. You are a true man. It was an accident, an accident. Wang Chun had a bitter expression on his face. When he had been performing his summoning, he had been planning to summon the other member of the Shenhui siblings. For an unknown reason, he had ended up summoning Ming instead. Moreover, he had never expected the summon to be successful. She was a supervillain. Her combat power surpassed everything in the comic. A character at such a level wasn't something he should have been able to summon with his present strength. Surprisingly, the thought of summoning her had only drifted past his brain briefly, and behold, the summon had succeeded. Even if her actual power here in the real world was limited due to Wang Chun's strength, she was still extremely powerful. Because of this, he had gotten the silent treatment from the Shenhui siblings for several days. He no longer had the courage to keep them inside the comic either. Every single day, they were released outside and were served like queens with good food and drinks. Who knew that? That was because our hearts are truly interlinked together. Yo. Ming embraced Wang Chun and continued happily. Although theoretically, he isn't supposed to be able to summon me, if I am agreeable to being summoned out here, a small ounce of effort on his part is sufficient for me to be summoned. Am I right, my beloved little master? Ming stared at Wang Chun while beaming. Wang Chun was ashen-faced. The Shenhui siblings merely snorted at that. HMPH. They were mortal enemies in the comic. For them to not erupt in a battle right here, they were already giving Wang Chun sufficient face. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. What is it that you want? Exactly. What I want is very simple. In a cheerful manner, Ming continued, find the author of this comic and get him to draw more underlings for me in the comic. On top of that, I want the women of the Chen family to all be locked in a cage and drowned, to be gang raped to the point even their souls will eternally be unable to reincarnate. Wang Chun, Chen Feng, Xf, damn, this chick is quite vicious. Chen Feng and Xf exchanged glances before looking at Wang Chun with sympathy. There were indeed times where a harem was not such a fun thing to have. Xf rubbed his bald head and suddenly felt that his fate of being bald once again wasn't that pitiful after all. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. Big sister, this is not possible. The moment I decided to use this comic as my core genetic ability, this version of the comic I used became independent from the rest of the comics in circulation. In other words, from that moment onward, the world in my copy of the comic has developed independently and is no longer be related to the author. This is my very own world, and it is also your very own world. The moment my ability activated, everything online, everything written or drawn by the author, everything else no longer affected all of you. Wang Chun stated honestly. Ming stretched lazily. I will believe you for now. Oh. Yeah? I have a question. How did you come out here? Wang Chun asked cautiously. As their master, the only authority he had was to decide if he wanted to have a character summoned out into this world. This was also the only advantage he held over them. Surprisingly, Ming was able to appear here directly without being summoned. He swore that he truly hadn't thought of anything improper earlier when she'd gotten out here. That was genuinely the truth. It's very simple. Ming looked in the nether capital's direction. There. I felt a familiar power. There. Something seems to be calling for me, Ming muttered. Hiss. Everyone else's heart throbbed violently. Nether capital? Calling? Ming was the tyrant of the netherworld of the world in the comic. What on earth had happened here at this nether capital such that even Ming could feel that source of power? As they thought of the disappearing death lions and the irregular smog that had appeared here recently, something seemed to be happening at this nether capital, hidden in the darkness. Xuf looked at Chen Feng. Should we cancel this mission? He was immune to any corrosive energy, and Wang Chun had the protection of Ming and was even more powerful here. When they thought about it, among the three of them, in this place, Chen Feng would be the weakest. Such a circumstance that had appeared due to the unique environment here was something they couldn't do anything about. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. We will still be going. The Death Lion gene reagent was something he had to obtain. All this while, he had faced way too many dangers. How could a nether capital force him to stop? Shenhui stepped forth. Let me protect him. Shwa. Her flame started surging. A trace of a unique power was contained in the faint glimmer of the flame summoned by Shenhui. This was the power of justice unique to Shenhui, a mysterious power originating from a different world. The flame intensified and dispersed all the corrosive energy around them. If we are only going to step into the 5% explored by the seniors before us, there shouldn't be any problems. Since we have the map provided by the Genetic Union, we should be able to find those death lions there as well. Chen Feng analyzed. Wang Chun urged him on. If there's no problems, let's depart quickly, then. He couldn't continue this way. He was truly going crazy. All right. Chen Feng glanced at Ming before they set off with Nether Capital as their destination. Shwa. Their figures stepped into the sinister smog noiselessly. Chen Feng and the rest had solemn expressions on their faces. The only exception was Ming as she spread her arms, an obviously comfortable expression on her face as she stepped into the smog. This feeling. How familiar. Nether Capital. This was a mysterious place. With Shenhui's protection, they were able to easily enter the Nether Capital. The air filled with corrosive energy was kept away from them by Shenhui's aura. The smog seemed to cover everything. Chen Feng cautiously traveled forth in accordance to his map. This was the map sketched by the Genetic Union when they had first come here. Only 5% of this area was shown on the map. They pressed forth cautiously as their progress increased. 1%, 2%. Finally, they stopped when they had explored 4.8% of the area. Chen Feng's heart leapt furiously. Something doesn't seem right. That was because, up till now, they had yet to see a single mutated beast. This was the most terrifying aspect of their current exploration. Where were the mutated beasts he had encountered when he'd first come here several days before? Where were the 2B-class mutated beasts from before? Where were the promised death lions? No mutated beasts could be found even when they were reaching the limit of the 5% explored area. Shwa. They continued traveling until, finally, all the 5% area had been explored by them. Here, They finally found out the reason the Genetic Union had stopped their exploration at this point in the past. That was because their dividing line for the region outside the explored 5% was a city. Before their eyes, amidst the boundless smog, was a genuine city. Nether capital. Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Indeed, although where they were currently it was also called the Nether capital, they were actually at the outer layer of the actual city called the Nether capital. Only now had they reached the actual city. Nether capital, the ghost town in the legends. A sinister aura started spreading. This city in front of them started giving them a terrifying feeling that caused their backs to chill. Chen Feng decided without hesitation, retreat. He was extremely clear on his target and risk appetite. He had initially believed that hunting for death lions would be a low-risk endeavor. That was the only reason he had decided to come with some of his friends. But now that the degree of danger here had far surpassed his imagination, there was no need for him to take extra risks. The most proper way for him to go about accomplishing his goal was to return and hire some formidable A-class experts. As far as he was concerned, the danger of being betrayed by any unknown A-class experts he hired was already surpassed by the danger this Nether capital could potentially pose them. They retreated rapidly. However, right at this moment, a terrifying explosion resounded. Bang! Distantly, a loud explosion could be heard. Due to the thick smog, they could not see what was happening. However, a certain dim radiance that they could see amidst the thick smog had seemingly been stepped on and killed. Everyone could clearly see a huge footprint with a size of 100 square meters left on the ground. A certain terrifying and gigantic life form seemed to have stepped there. Bang, bang, accompanied by thundering sounds, footprints started appearing on the ground, seemingly traveling in their direction. They could not see anything. However, the huge footprints left on the ground with a dim glow could still be seen. Enemy attack toward their direction. They gulped. Damn it. They had obviously explored all of the 5% area indicated in their map and no mutated beasts had been found. What was this thing that had suddenly appeared here? Wang Chun looked at the beautiful young lady beside him. Shen Yi. Shen Yi's eyes started glowing. The smog covering everything seemed to vanish at this instant. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the life form leaving the gigantic footprints on the ground was a huge skeleton with a height of several tens of meters. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Hiss. It was actually a gigantic skeleton beast. Wang Chun saw a familiar-looking thing. Look at his body. Death lion. Chen Feng's heart leapt. That huge skeleton seemed to be something formed of countless sets of bones. On its body were countless corpses with no flesh remaining. No wonder they hadn't seen any mutated beasts. All of them had been killed by this damnable skeleton here. Shen Yi's body swayed, and the smog surged forth, covering everything once again. Shen Yi felt somewhat regretful. That's the most we can see. Bang, bang. The loud sound of footsteps could still be heard. Amidst the smog that covered everything, those footprints with a faint glow could be clearly seen. The footprints were nearing them. Despite the huge distance between them and the gigantic skeleton, they were still able to guess the strength of that beast. A class. To be accurate, its strength was at least A class. A huge skeleton beast formed through countless corpses of B-class mutated beasts was not something they could contend against. Bang! The huge footprints continued nearing them. They exchanged glances and decided that the only thing they could do was turn around and travel in a different direction, stepping into the city enveloped by smog. However, they did not travel too far into the city. Rather, they lingered around the entrance. Bang, bang. They watched on as that huge mutated beast neared them. However, right as the beast neared the city, it started hesitating. After a while, shocking all of them, it turned around and left. It left, Wang Chun muttered. No trace of joy could be heard from his voice, though. Capable of scaring away such a beast, this place. Chen Feng intended to leave here as fast as he could. Let's go. However, glang, accompanied by a loud sound, the entrance closed, sealing the Nether capital. Wang Chun's eyes gleamed coldly. We can't leave anymore. Seems like somebody wants us to be in here. Chen Feng thought knowingly. The death of the Death Lions, the appearance of the gigantic skeleton beast, the closure of the city's entrance. All of this seemed to signify that there were indeed some life forms in this city. Somewhere here was definitely an intelligent life form. However, they had no idea what the intention of this life form was. Be extra careful, Chen Feng said. Wang Chun and Xif nodded. Understood. The Shenhui siblings were highly vigilant as well. Only Lady Ming was behaving differently, as if she was taking a casual stroll here. Chen Feng scanned past the structures inside the city. These constructions, an ancient gate built with a simple architecture, the streets, the tavern, everything in this city seemed ancient. The destruction of this city should have taken place several hundred years ago. Only that could explain the architecture here in this city that still preserved the style of ancient times, free of any traces of the genetic era. At the entrance were numerous carts lacking the horses that were supposed to be pulling them. Chen Feng stepped forth and rubbed one of them. His expected scene of these carts crumbling apart into ashes did not appear. This did not seem in line with what should have happened with the passage of time. Not only that, these carts were all still in good condition, retaining the simplicity of the ancient era's design. This did not only apply to these carts. Everything in this city that Chen Feng could see was still in good condition. This was simply unlike a city that had been abandoned for several centuries. Everything in this city seemed to have been fixed in time since the incident where everyone here died. There's some death aura, Shen Yi said suddenly. Chen Feng looked at her. What? Death aura? A unique aura that also exists in my world. I don't know what it is called here in this world. It's also something that is quite difficult to describe. It's a power capable of reviving the dead, Shen Yi said. Could it be? Chen Feng and Xif exchanged glances. The necromancy mentioned in the legends, as the genetic era had descended, as the people's strength had increased, a lot of researches of eternal life had started cropping up. All sorts of gene fusions and peculiar genetic abilities had appeared due to that. Among these abilities, necromancy was one of them, also the one rumored to be most likely to help one achieve immortality. This was an ability formed from the combination of several powerful genetic abilities that had zero combat power. The people that chose this path were destined to have no combat power. Only when they reached the peak of their chosen path would they be able to fuse all their chosen genetic abilities to create a super powerful secret art known as necromancy. This was an ability capable of preserving everything in its original appearance, such as a human's appearance, their bodily functions, and even the appearance of matter itself. For unknown reasons, the research on necromancy had suddenly been announced as a failure one day. Everyone in the research laboratory had been killed and their research materials had vanished. From then on, necromancy had become something that only existed in legends. Here, as Chen Feng looked at everything in this city that still had its original appearance, shock flickered in his eyes. Could it be that the legendary power of necromancy had actually been successfully researched? They exchanged glances, disbelief apparent in their eyes. If that was the case, something major was probably going to happen. Just as they were in the midst of bewilderment, abruptly, faint footsteps could be heard. Their expressions changed greatly and they were immediately on full alert as their killing intent surged. Creak. The door of a building beside them opened suddenly. A young man with the appearance of a 20-year-old walked out of the building and looked at Chen Feng's group with amazement. Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, eh? From how you all are dressed, you are all probably from the western regions. What? Chen Feng blanked. At this moment, accompanied by numerous footsteps, countless people appeared and flooded this city. They started going about their daily life. Market, butcher, tavern. The whole city had seemingly come alive at this instant. What they witnessed was a bustling city. The ghost town they had seen earlier felt like a dream. Here, as they stared at this city that had come alive, their bodies chilled. What on earth was happening in this city, this so-called nether capital? The tavern waiter appeared excited. Ha ha, dear customers, you are all too early. From how you are all dressed, you all aren't locals, right? Yeah? Chen Feng nodded as he feigned a casual expression on his face before asking, it seems like I wasn't able to see anyone in this city earlier. Sigh. It's the night curfew. The waiter curled his lips. Apparently there were some escaped convicts. The authorities are still on the hunt for them. Oh, Chen Feng put on the expression of someone who had learned something new, pretending to accept this explanation. Please be seated. The waiter arranged a table for Chen Feng's group. After taking their orders and some idle chat, the waiter left, leaving Chen Feng's group that was exchanging glances with each other behind. regardless of this tavern or this whole city. Everything here was too bizarre. Chen Feng looked at Chen Yi. Is this an illusion? Nope. Chen Yi's eyes were glowing. She could easily see through all illusions. Everything here seemed incomparably real and did not appear like an illusion at all. Everything they were witnessing was real. The whole city and the residents here were real. Perhaps this is an independent place that exists beyond the influence of the outside world, Wang Chun said with astonishment. In this world, such a place truly existed. Perhaps due to the chaos and disorder back then, these people had escaped and come here. Subsequently, they had gotten some super expert to set up some array to cut off all contact with the outside world and create such a safe haven here. This was possible, right? But then, several centuries had passed. This place shouldn't have maintained its original appearance from back then, right? There was also the death aura that Chen Yi had mentioned previously. This whole city seemed to be enveloped in mystery. Let's take a stroll around, Chen Feng proposed. All right, everyone agreed. They left the tavern and walked toward the street. The streets that had appeared lifeless now had a flourishing appearance. At this instant, they almost felt like they had returned to ancient times. Everywhere, there were people buying and selling, some of them haggling over the price, while some started fighting due to disagreement. The whole city appeared alive. All this is real. Chen Yi was certain. Everyone else nodded. None of this was fake. Let's try interacting more with the people here, Chen Feng suggested. All right. They tried interacting with the people here. If everything here was truly fake or a setup, it would be impossible for the interactions between these residents and Chen Feng's group to hide it flawlessly. However, when they tried interacting with the people here, no problems could be found. This was not some setup by an artificial intelligence. All of this was real. It reached a point where, after they asked a bunch of nonsensical questions, they were reported to the authorities. Next, the authorities dispatched someone over to arrest them. They were only able to go free thanks to Xuf. Nice to meet you, Great Master. These people here appeared rather respectful of the bold Xuf and the faint traces of scars on his head that resembled a monk. That was not all. There were some who took the initiative to look for Xuf, hoping that he would help them with their eye-opening ceremony. Everything here is real. Even Shen Wei ultimately believed that everything here was real. This was because she had earlier gotten into a fight and the injury that she had received was real. If all this had been fake, the only method of implementing it to such perfection was to use illusions. However, the existence of an illusion capable of fooling all of them, including the Chen Yi from a different world, was impossible. Chen Feng had even used his luck aura to confirm that this was not an illusion. This was the Nether Capital. The actual Nether Capital concealed within the thick smog surrounding it. No one had ever expected that hidden within this thick smog was an independent city that still retained its looks from ancient times. These people have been staying here for several centuries, Chen Feng contemplated. Suddenly, he looked toward the end of the street. Some merchants on their carts were trying to leave the city. However, they were stopped by the soldiers stationed there. Nobody is allowed to leave, Chen Feng asked a passerby near him. The person shook his head as he explained, not for a few days. These few days, there were some escaped convicts. The authority is hunting for them. As such, only entry into the city is permitted. Moreover, a night curfew has also been implemented. Chen Feng contemplated, if so, all these people will be allowed to leave on normal days. Naturally, the person answered with an odd expression. Many thanks. They bid the people their farewell before leaving, their brains working overtime. So the people here were allowed to leave the city normally, but out there was a huge skeleton beast. Besides that, what was the point of leaving and going out there where everything was dead? That huge skeleton beast seems to be something that only appeared recently, Wang Chun said suddenly. The death lions only started disappearing recently as well. That is the only reason we actually got into this city. Under normal circumstances, there simply would have been no need for us to venture into the smog to reach this city. As for the merchants that are allowed to leave this city on other days, is it possible that more than one city exists here? Wang Chun finished with a solemn expression. You mean? Everyone's heart throbbed furiously. More than one city? In other words, a second or even a third city might exist here. As for those merchants, they were in charge of the commercial trade between these cities to ensure the smooth operation of these cities. Apart from that, those merchants might be the true guardians of this place. If this is something put in place by some super expert back then, it is possible that they left behind descendants that will also be in charge of maintaining the hermit nature of the cities around here, Wang Chun stated calmly. Everyone sank into contemplation. If this was the truth, then everything would be explainable. A few hundred years ago, a calamity had befallen the nether capital. Next, an expert had appeared and established this independently existing series of cities as safe havens. An array had been set up to stop outsiders from coming here, and the power of necromancy had been used to preserve everything here in good condition. On top of that, the truth had been concealed from the residents here to allow them to maintain their simple lifestyles. The descendants of that expert had continued guarding this place in the dark. Only until recently, though, due to the appearance of that huge skeleton beast, hunting escaped convicts was being used as an excuse to place a temporary lockdown on the nether capital. If that is the case, we only need to wait for the huge skeleton beast to disappear, and all will be fine. Xuf's eyes shone. Their mission was only to capture a single death lion. As long as the giant skeleton beast disappeared and everything went back to how it had been, there would no longer be any problems. Their mission did not seem to conflict with the intention of this city's establishment. As for what had happened here in the past, they had no interest in finding out. Anything pertaining to the setup of an eternally existing array would touch on a subject of research that was forbidden. With their present strength, if they were to get involved in such things, it was very probable they would die horribly. Since the nether capital was on lockdown and they had no way of leaving, they could only settle down and wait quietly. However, due to Xuf's identity as a senior monk in the eyes of the residents here, they enjoyed free food and drinks from the residents. The only thing the residents here would ask in return was that Xuf assist with some eye-opening ceremonies. Soon, night arrived. The whole city recovered its dead atmosphere. It was scarily silent. Chen Feng's group was feeling extremely stifled in their windowless room in the tavern. As such, they decided to take a stroll through the streets. There was nobody out at night anyway. As for the so-called escaped convicts, none of them could be seen. The night curfew was probably implemented due to the smog here being too thick at night. It might end up hurting the residents here. As such, the guardians of this place created some random excuse to implement the curfew. However, the smog here has no effect on us, Shenwai said. Everyone nodded. Since that was the case, they might as well start training out here. Their plan was quite simple. When everything returned to how it had been, they would proceed to hunt a death lion before leaving in secret. This would not affect the stability of this place. The night passed quietly, the sky brightened gradually, and the city started coming alive again. Chen Feng's group proceeded to return to the tavern. At the entrance, the waiter that was coming out of the tavern looked at them in astonishment and said, "Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, eh? From how you all are dressed, you are all probably from the western regions?" As Chen Feng's group looked at the waiter's expression, which did not seem to recognize them, their bodies chilled. This place. Smog was everywhere. At the outer layer of the nether capital, a group of silhouettes were quietly hiding somewhere. Is the captain not back yet? Soon. Try urging him. All right. This is a mission issued by the leader himself. We must not allow anything to go wrong. Understood. But then, does necromancy truly exist? SHH. The one leading them glared at him. It is not our place to discuss about this. All right. At that, they shut their mouths in fear. Once again, they concealed themselves. Around them, a terrifying aura started spreading, akin to a huge beast that was about to wake up. Only their bright eyes could be seen clearly, pairs of eyes that were glimmering amidst the darkness. Distantly, the nether capital, enveloped in smog, appeared even more unclear now. Soon, a silhouette appeared. After they reorganized their group, they stepped into the smog-filled area. Howl. The air trembled. The huge skeleton beast stepped out of the darkness. Undead life form. A trace of joy appeared on their faces. If even such a life form from the legends had appeared here, it was quite probable that necromancy would truly appear here. The style of construction here appeared to be from a somewhat different era, though. Go. Deal with him. He might have the thing we need on his body, the captain ordered coldly. All right. Everyone else followed the command. Shwa. A terrifying power bloomed within the darkness. At this instant, these people, whose existences were nearly untraceable, unleashed an extremely formidable power. Even the weakest among them was B-class. Bang, bang. The huge skeleton beast howled. Its bones were crushed and started glimmering amidst the darkness. Howl. An astonishingly large death aura bloomed. Next, a huge battle broke out. As of now, within the nether capital, Chen Feng and the rest had only found out about the secret of this city. The waiter that they had clearly interacted with yesterday had actually completely forgotten about them today. As for his dialogue, it was exactly the same as what he had said yesterday. Perhaps, he can't remember us because he has too many customers, Xf guessed. Chen Feng shook his head. That's not possible. It might be possible for him to forget about others, but as for us, the way we are dressed and the way we behave are completely different from the others around here. It is simply impossible for him to not recognize us. Besides that, his gaze when looking at us appeared incredibly unfamiliar. Chen Feng analyzed calmly. Wang Chun was alarmed. What on earth is going on here? We will find out after taking a walk around, Chen Feng said. It is possible that this waiter is the problematic one. Everyone agreed. Soon, they reached the street. They tried doing the same thing they had done yesterday, and they found that everyone here had truly forgotten about them, regardless of what the person's profession was. This was simply not the problem of that waiter alone. Rather, nobody in this city knew them from yesterday. Memory erased? This thought surfaced in Chen Feng's brain. Could it be that every single resident of this city had had their memory erased while sleeping at night? Or perhaps, for some reason, they were unable to keep any memories regarding outsiders? This was possible as well. But this train of thought only lasted 1 whole minute. Once again, Chen Feng saw the familiar carts trying to leave the city. Once again, he saw the quarrel at the market. At this moment, he had a faint idea of what had actually happened here. The memories of the residents here hadn't been cleared. Rather, they were reliving the same day. To verify his guess, Chen Feng took the same route they had taken yesterday, and he found that everything that had happened yesterday happened today as well. For example, the quarrel between Auntie Wang and Auntie Jiang due to a cucumber at the market. For example, the tofu shop boss that was beaten in the street by his jealous wife. All these incidents were reenacted. Everything was exactly the same as yesterday. If they had only had their memories cleared to forget about Chen Feng's group, how was it possible for them to redo the same thing they had done yesterday? This place. Xif pointed somewhere. Look, there. The carts were still stopped when they tried to leave the city. In a certain tavern, the chairs that had been broken after a fight broke out yesterday were in perfect condition today. This was simply not something that could be accomplished by clearing the memories of the people here. Everything here seemed to have been changed back to its original condition after a single night. This is a repeat. Finally, Chen Feng was sure. Here, every single day, the same thing would happen over and over again. Perhaps all this is only a coincidence, Xif said. We will know tonight, Chen Feng said calmly. All right. Late at night, the night curfew began. Once again, the world sunk into silence. Chen Feng's group had intentionally damaged some chairs. They had even slaughtered all the pigs the butcher was rearing at his house. Next, they waited for the next day to appear. The next day, once again, the city woke up. All the damage done by Chen Feng's group was noiselessly restored. The butcher's shop was business as usual, all his pigs still waiting to be slaughtered. The pigs were still alive. How is this possible? Xif inhaled a mouthful of cold air. The pigs were all still alive. How was that possible? They had slaughtered these pigs with their own hands. For example, that pig with flowery marks on its body that was obviously different in appearance than the other pigs. He had slaughtered that pig himself yesterday, yet today, this pig was still alive. Chen Feng's guess was indeed correct. This was a repeat. Not only the items here, even the life forms here have all been restored. Wang Chun was astonished. What about a human? That's right. If even a pig could be restored, for a human. Chen Feng smiled coldly. Let's try. After asking around, they found someone who had a notorious reputation yet the authorities had no way of dealing with. After chattering casually with him for a short while, they killed him directly. The next day, when the city once again reawakened, that notorious rogue could be seen alive and well. On top of that, he had totally forgotten about Chen Feng's group. We are trapped. Wang Chun realized suddenly. They were all trapped in this world where every day was a repeat, a never-ending repeat. The scariest part of this was the fact that they had no way of solving this illusion array. This was none of those. Everything here was real. They were things that truly existed. This was what horrified Chen Feng's group. Subsequently, they tried all sorts of methods. However, none of their methods worked. They killed, destroyed property, and even caused chaos at the government office by killing the employees there. The next day, everything was still restored perfectly as if nothing had happened. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Every single method they believed would be able to solve this was insufficient. They were going crazy. What damned place is this? Ming was all smiles as she looked at Wang Chun. I can give you a hand. Yo. Wang Chun looked at her doubtfully. You have a solution? I have an idea. I want to test it out. After thinking for a bit, Ming continued. However, you are, after all, my master. Without your approval, I can't do it. Hence, I'm here to apply for your approval. Wang Chun was on alert. What idea? Ming's coy voice echoed in his ears. A small test. Destroying something to see if it will be restored. Wang Chun exchanged glances with Chen Feng before nodding. They had tried using abilities with all sorts of properties to damage the things here. None of them had worked. Since that was the case, they might as well allow Ming to try it out. Thereupon, Wang Chun temporarily removed the restriction on Ming. Next, Ming bounced out in a vivacious manner. Xif was somewhat anxious. There shouldn't be any problems with this, right? In the comic, this demonic girl was not a person to be underestimated. It should be fine, right? Wang Chun said uncertainly. After all, my strength is still too weak. As such, she is limited and won't be able to unleash too much of her power anyway. Suddenly, bang! A loud sound could be heard. What happened? They were all startled. When they raised their heads to look in the direction of the sound, they found, to their horror, that the whole world had instantly sunk into darkness, and a terrifying power was emerging out of the dark clouds. Bang, bang! Endless dark lightning started descending, akin to a sight from the apocalypse. Bang, bang! Unending mournful screams could be heard as the whole world sunk into darkness. There. FCK. Wang Chun stared blankly at that single enchanting silhouette standing amidst the darkness. On Ming's face, a smile slowly appeared as endless lightning descended without stop around her. Bang, bang! They were all dumbstruck. Massacre. This woman here was actually slaughtering everyone in the city. Xif muttered, she's a lunatic. He was incredibly thankful that he had not provoked this demonic girl in any way. The heck? She had actually massacred one whole city without a second thought. Were all the villain bosses in comics so insane? Wang Chun was furious. He had never expected that the so-called small damage she had mentioned was the massacre of the whole city. Chen Feng dragged him back and said, calm down. Let her be. But she's slaughtering everyone in the city. Wang Chun was in a heavy mood, with the heavy mood further compounded by the sight of countless deaths before him and the sight of these people crawling over to him begging for help. They won't die for real anyway, Chen Feng said calmly. Have you forgotten about the scoundrel we killed 2 days ago? Wang Chun was startled awake. You mean? I want to see the result from this as well. With a sharp gaze, Chen Feng continued. The killed people can be restored. The damaged items can be restored. What about the destruction of the entire city? Can it be restored as well? Or perhaps there will be some guardian appearing next? I'm truly filled with anticipation. Bang, bang! The terrifying apocalypse-like scene continued. Ming's voice echoed everywhere amidst the thunderous lightning. Ha ha ha, where are you running? Little brother here, come, let this big sister here kill you tilde. Finally, the whole city was reduced to ruins. Not a single intact item remaining. Not a single living being remained either. Dead. All dead. Test completed. Cheerfully, Ming ran back toward them. Everyone's gaze was filled with horror when they looked at her. Wasn't this woman here too dreadful? Even if these people would be able to be restored, the way in which she had slaughtered them all. HMPH. Shenwai snorted. If this wasn't the Nether capital, she would have stopped Ming long ago. Demoness, Shen Yi muttered. Ming winked before accepting this nickname given to her by Shen Yi. Why, thank you. Ming shifted her gaze to Xuf, who was staring at her blankly. This young brother here, why are you looking at me? Do you want to do something intimate with me? Hiss. Xif shivered before hiding himself behind Chen Feng. What joke was this? If he were to encounter such a demonic girl in the future, he would definitely run as far as he could. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. You are truly. With such a summon that was completely out of control, he had no idea if he should cry or laugh about it. All right, Chen Feng said indifferently, since the test is already done, the only thing left to do is wait for the results. All right. Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do for now. The next day, the moment the first sunlight appeared, light swirled around the whole city, and at that moment, the city started waking up. The door near them once again opened, and a familiar voice could be heard. Yo, dear customers, you are all quite early, eh? From how you all are dressed, you are all probably from the western regions. The waiter, their hearts chilled. Indeed, him again. Xf felt helpless. Once again, it has repeated. Even slaughtering the whole city won't change anything. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. They had always believed that the key to solving this issue was a certain person or item in this city. Surprisingly, even after Ming destroyed everything here, the day had still repeated. It was probable that some mysterious power lingered around this area. Was it the so-called death aura? The aura of justice possessed by Shen Wei was ineffective against this death aura. Even Ming's mysterious power was ineffective against it. Will we be trapped here forever? They were horrified at this prospect. They could imagine what the consequences of them failing to solve this problem would be. Chen Feng shook his head. We won't. This is just something caused by a certain power existing here. As long as, mid-sentence, Chen Feng's expression abruptly changed. That was because his luck aura's alarm system had triggered. Alarm? Someone else is here. The direction is Shua. Chen Feng looked toward the direction. It was actually outside the city. Chen Feng was astonished. Someone is coming. Outsiders? Wang Chun and the rest were shocked as well. Apart from them, there were other outsiders coming here as well. Were these people here to hunt for mutated beasts such as the Death Lion as well? Let's hide first, Chen Feng decided without any hesitation. Shua. Noiselessly, they concealed themselves. Distantly, the tightly shut city gate opened and a group of people stepped into the city. From the way they were dressed, Chen Feng's heart thumped. They're from the mysterious organization. Could this city be a base of the mysterious organization? However, just as this idea surfaced in their brains, they noticed that all the newcomers were staring at this ancient-looking city with confused expressions. Nope, Chen Yi judged. They look lost as well. That's good, then, Chen Feng answered. Chen Feng's group was too small. As such, they lacked the manpower to solve this. If it was these newcomers from the mysterious organization, though, they might be able to solve this repeating problem. After all, from the aura they were emitting, even the weakest among them was at B class. These people were definitely core members of the mysterious organization. They might have a way out of this, Chen Feng guessed. We won't be able to defeat them, Xif shrugged. If these were some regular B-class warriors, Chen Feng's group would still be able to handle them. There were numerous methods available, such as assassinating them one by one in the dark, but now, with 2 A-classes among their ranks, a single one of these 2 was sufficient to deal with all of them. This was simply an opponent in a different league. Chen Feng had a profound smile on his face. Who says that we need to fight them? They are unaware that we are here. Wang Chun's eyes shone. You mean? Chen Feng smiled calmly. That's right. His plan was quite simple. If this city was treated as a game where everything would be automatically restored every day, these residents would be the NPCs of this game. As for them, they would be the players of this game. Both them and the people from the mysterious organization were the same. However, as the group that was here first, they possessed an advantage over those people. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. From now onwards, call me NPC Chen Shua. Within a small, shabby-looking house that was uninhabited, they changed into something that was similar in style to what the residents here were wearing, perfectly blending with this city. Currently, the newcomers from the mysterious organization had finally entered the city. This was a group of 12. They stepped into the tavern in an orderly fashion. These few lords here, are you only stopping for a meal or are you staying over in our rooms? The waiter could seemingly sense that these people were those he shouldn't provoke. As such, he was extremely respectful toward them, giving them the premium treatment. Toward their questions, he tried his best to answer as well. However, they were not able to get much information from him. Nether capital, night curfew, escaped convicts. All the information they gathered was the same as what Chen Feng's group had gathered previously. They seemed to be able to feel an unusual power lingering here as well. As such, they did not dare to act recklessly at such a forbidden area that the outside world was unaware of. Even A-class experts needed to be on alert at all times. Thereupon, the day passed peacefully. The next day, they finally witnessed the mysterious power of restoration this city seemed to possess. However, instead of being alarmed, they were all overjoyed. For all items and living beings to be restored. The moment they noticed that even the killed people would be restored, some guesses surfaced in their brains. The captain's gaze was sharp. Necromancy indeed exists for real. The deputy captain beside him smiled coldly. Seems like the only thing we need to do is capture the one pulling the strings here. Since the target of their mission had now been ascertained, the only thing left to do was act on it. However, even if they wanted to act on it, they needed to know where to start. Unfortunately, after using all sorts of methods, they still failed to solve this. They even tried slaughtering the whole city as well. The captain frowned. Seems like we have to do this slowly. Then they started aimlessly wandering the streets. After several days of testing all sorts of methods, almost everyone in this city had been killed by them at least once. As such, they no longer cared about what the residents here thought of them. Unexpectedly, when they were passing by a shabby-looking building, they heard something. The tale of all lands under the heaven. Your story, my story, and the story of all living beings under the heaven. I am half-immortal Chen. Are you all interested in having your fortunes told? Creak. The shabby-looking door opened. A young man with a long beard walked out of the building. From what I see, with your dark foreheads and your lifeless eyes, it is quite apparent that you all are about to face a bloody calamity in the coming days. A fortune teller? They blanked momentarily. They had never imagined that there would be a fortune teller residing in this corner of the city. A few days earlier, when they had massacred the whole city with a large-scale attack, none of them had noticed this spot. Fortune telling. Their interest was piqued. If this fortune teller here was somewhat capable, they might even get some clues here. Yes, the fortune teller did not appear too old. If it wasn't for that huge bushy beard he had, he would most certainly have had too tender an appearance. From his current looks, it was quite apparent that this was a newbie who had just stepped foot into society. Tell us, then, what blood calamity is it that we will be encountering? The captain said with a smile. The fortune teller started picking his fingers as he read their fortune. Let me see. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid you all will not be able to live for more than 3 days. 3 days? They laughed. How many repeating days had they already experienced here at Nether Capital? If that's so, this Mr. here should read his own fortune to see if he is going to encounter a bloody calamity. A few days ago, when they massacred the whole city, this guy here had probably been killed as well. If he was truly a capable fortune teller, wouldn't he have been able to see that coming as well? Me? The fortune teller shook his head. Naturally, there is no calamity. Us, the citizens of the Nether Capital, have an aura of blessing lingering about us. Even if our bodies are killed, our souls will be preserved before stepping into the wheel of reincarnation. Shwa. Instantly, their expressions changed. Soul preservation, stepping into the wheel of reincarnation. This fortune teller was evidently not a simple person. Please give us your guidance, Mister. Not a problem, not a problem. The fortune teller smiled and continued. Let me take a look. Ye? What's up? They asked anxiously. Your heads. The fortune teller shook his head as an odd expression appeared on his face. Are actually enveloped by a green aura. They were at a loss. Green aura? The fortune teller nodded. Yes, normally, this would only appear when one is betrayed by one's wife. One's head will be shining with a green luster, akin to a grassland on one's head. The group. One of them raged. What are you saying? Please calm down. The fortune teller shook his head and continued. That is also the reason I have an odd feeling. From your looks, I'm afraid you guys don't even have any wives, right? Even if you wanted to be green, there wouldn't be any chances anyway. The group. These sharp words pierced straight into their hearts. What f***ing fortune teller was this bastard? Let me take a look. The fortune teller started reading their fortunes attentively. So that is the case. I'm afraid the bloody calamity has been lingering about you all for quite a while. However, thanks to this green aura on your head, you all have survived till now. If you guys are without a wife, perhaps there is a certain lord high above that is protecting you all with a green aura. The fortune teller guessed. ? What trashy fortune teller is this? They were completely confused. Green aura, high above. Right at this moment, they prepared to make a move against this fortune teller. Stop. The captain and the deputy captain that were both A-class genetic warriors stopped them. Next, with solemn expressions, they walked toward the fortune teller. Mister, please give us your guidance. ? Their team members were totally confused. Only the captain and deputy captain were aware of what the so-called green aura represented. That was senior soul, enveloped by a green aura. Although the fortune teller was extremely vague in the things he had said, The occasional information he had released was something only the important members of their group were aware of. This fortune teller here was most probably the real deal. Hidden within this repeating city was actually such an existence. That was truly inconceivable. The fortune teller smiled bashfully. Not a problem, not a problem. However, my expenses. The expressions of the captain and the rest stiffened. Only now did they recall that they were penniless here in this city. Shall I go and steal some money? One of their members suggested. Fortune teller. The fortune teller smiled as he told them, that is not what I meant. When I tell a fortune, I do not accept any money as payment. The only thing I accept is information. The captain felt somewhat doubtful. Information? That's right. Although I am a mere fortune teller, I am extremely interested in all news under the heavens. Throughout the whole pugilistic world, there is almost nothing that I do not know of. Things such as the assassination of the Blood Rain Pavilion leader's brother by the leader himself, or the scandal of the Brute Riven Mansion's leader with his master's wife. I know of them all. Where do you think I gain all this information? Naturally, I gain it from trades, the fortune teller said profoundly. They sunk into silence. Only now did they realize that this fortune teller was also peddling for information, obtaining top secret information from others before selling it at a high price to those in need. What do you want to know about? The captain asked. Looking at the way you are all dressed, you are all probably members of a mysterious organization. Supposedly, there is not a single organization in this pugilistic world that I do not know of. Yet I have yet to encounter an organization whose members are dressed like you. Hence, which organization are you all from? The fortune teller asked. Mysterious organization, the captain said indifferently. The fortune teller appeared displeased. Is this how you go about your transactions? We are truly from mysterious organization. The captain had a faint smile on his face. The rest of his team members had smiling expressions on their faces as well. They truly couldn't do anything about that, as their organization's name was truly Mysterious Organization. HMPH. Let me take a look. The fortune teller sneered. However, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. He pointed midair and put on an expression as if he was listening to something from the empty air before turning around and looking at them in amazement. You are actually not lying to me. The fortune teller appeared at a loss. Weird. Mysterious organization. I have never heard of this faction. A new organization? As for the expressions of the captain and the rest, they became solemn. They had been telling half-lies to tease this fortune teller all along. Unexpectedly, he was truly capable of confirming their words. I am capable of telling the authenticity of any given information, the fortune teller said indifferently. The group had expressions of amazement. Such an ability. Fine. Let us continue, then. The fortune teller stated calmly. Use the information of your organization to trade for the solution you are all looking for. Since a new organization has appeared in the world, I must know about it. One of them snorted. HMPH. What joke was this? All the members of this organization would never betray the organization. A mere fortune teller like this. However, just as he took a single step forth, he was held back by the captain. Tell him, the deputy captain said. Ah? Everyone else had a dumbstruck expression. Brother, only this much and you are betraying the organization already? He won't remember it anyway, the captain whispered. Only at that was everyone startled awake. True, this was the Nether capital. Every single person here had been killed by them before. Every single person here would forget everything the next day. This fortune teller here was indeed quite capable. But regardless of how much he found out today, it would be pointless. Moreover, the world from several centuries ago wouldn't be related to their current era anyway. Hence, so what if he was to find out about their organization? This is the information. The captain told him the mysterious organization's information honestly. As for the fortune teller, he appeared shocked for a long time. The so-called A class in your organization should be equivalent to a Grandmaster, right? MHM. Yes. It is somewhat similar to the gold-plated assassins of the Assassin's Guild. However, your organization is actually an organization with so many members at such a level? The fortune teller had a solemn expression. Why has such an organization appeared in the world? As for the group, they all had faint smiles on their faces. It would truly be weird if this fortune teller here actually knew of them. Then, please dispel our doubts, mister, the captain said calmly. Not a problem. The fortune teller recovered from his shock and continued. To solve this dilemma you are all facing, it is quite simple. Although I am not aware of the actual crisis you all will be facing, from the heavens, I had a faint glimpse of the word memory. They sunk into contemplation. Memory. Oh, right. The fortune teller seemed to recall something else and added, even if you all are fated to be single for your whole lives, I advise you all to be on alert anyway. This green aura on your head is truly quite bizarre. It signifies fortune, yet at the same time, it signifies calamity as well. The fortune teller shook his head, seemingly confused. Everyone. Soon, they left the fortune teller. Some of them were still confused after leaving, not knowing what to do with the word memory they had obtained from this fortune teller. Memory. The deputy captain contemplated. Could it be? The captain nodded. That's right. Make our preparations today. Early tomorrow morning, we can implement the new plan. As for that fortune teller, forget about him. He will forget everything tomorrow anyway. Don't seek any unnecessary trouble. They nodded as a response. Understood. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, in that shabby-looking house, several people walked out of a room. These people were Wang Chun and the rest. However, they all had extremely solemn expressions on their faces currently. The information given by the captain earlier was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The mysterious organization was much more terrifying than all their previous guesses. Within the shabby building in the nether capital, everyone present had a solemn expression. Based on what the captain had told them, the mysterious organization had been established by the mysterious leader, his close confidants, and 12 other top-notch A-class super experts. These people were the pillars of support of this organization. Apart from this, they had 76 A-class experts in their ranks. Every pair A-class experts worked together to lead a number of B-class genetic warriors, forming a squad. All sorts of missions would be performed by these squads, such as killing their enemies, A-class warriors included. It was also extremely rare for them to fail their missions. This organization had always been concealed in the dark. Subsequently, based on their guesses, factors such as Wang Yao's appearance and the incidents involving Chen Feng had caused the number of members in the organization to drop greatly. Out of their 12 top-notch A-class experts, only 10 remained. Out of the other 76 A-class experts, only 56 remained. As for B-class warriors, the losses were even higher. As for the missions these squads were involved in, they had all failed, resulting in a great reduction of the organization's power. Despite all that, they still remained one of the top factions in the whole world. With 10 PK-class experts, 56 A-class experts, and numerous B-class warriors. Even the thought of this number was sufficient to plant horror in one's heart. Facing the fortune teller that was supposed to be an NPC, it wasn't too hard to get the captain to leak information pertaining to the mysterious organization. This information, they all shivered in fear. They could imagine the kind of uproar it would cause when this was transmitted back to the genetic union. Moreover, this was merely what this captain knew. What about information this captain was not aware of? For example, the identity of that mysterious leader and his close confidants. The threat posed by the mysterious organization was much graver than they had imagined. At least we can spoil this current mission of theirs. Chen Feng took off the fake beard he had on his face. With the high amount of genetic abilities and his myriad illusions, it wasn't too hard for him to disguise himself as a fortune teller. Xif gasped in admiration. Are these guys so easy to trick? How is that possible? Chen Feng laughed. The only reason they believed what I told them so easily is because the clue I gave them hints at an actual plan they could try implementing. Memory? Wang Chun contemplated. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. That's right. Memory. They had indeed done a lot of tests previously. However, there were still quite a number of tests that they had yet to try. This test with the memory keyword was one of their untested plans. Chen Feng had thought of this plan, yet he had not been able to implement it. To be more accurate, he could not bear the possible repercussions of implementing this plan. As such, this task would be handed over to the mysterious organization. After all, the night passed quietly. In the nether capital, within an ordinary-looking house, a little girl was playing around happily. She was molding the figurine of a certain life form using mud, having a lot of fun. The little girl was excited. Father, look, I molded another little animal. A middle-aged man beside her smiled as he asked, "Oh, what is this?" The little girl slanted her head as she thought before saying, "MHM. Lion. This must be a lion." Ha. The middle-aged man burst out in laughter. Have you seen an actual lion before? No. The little girl appeared somewhat sad. However, she regained her high spirit shortly after. This is most certainly what a lion looks like. MHM. This is my rendition of a lion. Fine, fine, fine. Your very own lion, said the middle-aged man lovingly. What about this one? Embarrassed, the little girl said, "MHM. That's a tiger." The tiger she had molded indeed looked quite odd. If you say it is, then yes, it is a tiger, the middle-aged man replied with a smile. MHM. MHM. Father, when I recover from my illness, can you take me out to play around? Sure. Father, can you preserve these animals I molded for me? I am going to make a huge amount of animals in the future. Sure. Father, can you name these animals I made? They are exclusively mine. Sure. MHM. What should I name them? Then, let's call that lion a death lion. The little girl's voice gradually grew softer. Father, that is quite an unpleasant name. But since it's a name Father gave, then death lion it shall be called. How about that tiger over there? Father, I am somewhat tired. MHM, let's take a rest then. A loving expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Soon, as the night descended, their silhouettes disappeared amidst the darkness of the night. On the next day, after the sun rose, the members of the mysterious organization, who were already done with their preparations, ready to make their move. The moment the city sprung awake, the moment that familiar dialogue of the waiter was heard, a terrifying beam of light bloomed from the hand of one of them. The beam swirled around. Memory, recover, bang. The terrifying radiance instantly covered every nook of the city. Countless people were twitching on the ground, blood flowing out of their 7 apertures. However, the members of this group merely watched on coldly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The residents woke up while twitching. Life seemed to seep into their previously turbid eyes. Their memories of the repeated days, all of them, resurfaced at this instant. How? The waiter grabbed his head with an unbelieving expression. For several centuries, he had been doing the same thing every single day. The butcher, the vegetable peddler, the Harmony restaurant owner. Everywhere in this city, everyone was awoken at this instant. All their erased memories throughout the centuries had resurfaced. Those memories that had been locked in the depths of their souls were something that couldn't be completely erased. Since their souls had not been destroyed, how was it possible for their memories to be truly gone? Everything was awoken. Everyone in the nether capital looked at themselves blankly. Only after a while did they accept this. However, in these short few seconds where they were blanking out, their 7 apertures were bleeding without stop. Not one of them was able to bear the backlash caused by the emergence of several centuries worth of memories. Next, they died instantly. Everyone in the city died after reawakening their memories. Similar with the previous massacres, this was still a massacre, the only difference being the method in which the massacre was carried out. This time, they were killed by the reemergence of their memories. They were killed by pure mental shock. As all this was happening, a certain pair of eyes was shining brightly. Found it. A ray of light took a detour around every single citizen of this city and locked onto a single person. Target found. During the calamity where everyone was killed by the mental shock that resulted from the reemergence of their memories, there was a single person that was not affected by the mental shock, the only person immune to it. That was a middle-aged man in an ordinary-looking house. That's right. The purpose of this massacre, all of this was only to figure out who the actual enemy was. When the residents of this city were killed through direct attacks, that person would be able to fake his death. However, such an attack where everyone's memories re-emerged, such a memory shock was something that one couldn't replicate by merely faking their death. As such, that single person who was unaffected was akin to a bright lamp in a dark night. This was the so-called memory plan. An extremely straightforward yet effective plan. The captain erupted instantly. It's you. Bang, bang. One after another, terrifying attacks erupted. Everyone in the group made their move with the middle-aged man as their target. Kill. The ice-cold attacks bloomed. However, just as all the attacks were about to reach the middle-aged man, his incredibly ordinary-looking eyes gleamed with a cold killing intent. You are all getting too excessive. Bang! A terrifying power erupted. All the attacks launched at him were instantly demolished. Every single person of the squad was instantly flung away, blood spurting out of their mouths without stop. Everyone was shocked. PK class. This middle-aged man was actually a PK class warrior. All of you deserve death. The killing intent of the middle-aged man surged. A great battle was about to erupt at any moment. Senior, please wait, the captain said suddenly. This time, we are here to propose a transaction. What? The middle-aged man paused. As for Chen Feng's group that was hiding somewhere in the city, their hearts throbbed. Dang, what was going on now? This seemed to be deviating from their plan. Wouldn't it be fine if they were to directly erupt into a battle and kill each other off? Why the heck had they started talking? What was the f***ing point of these villains having so many dialogues? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. It's going to get somewhat troublesome. At the nether capital, Chen Feng's scalp was feeling somewhat numb. His initial plan of benefiting from the conflict between the other two parties had gone somewhat awry. He was aware that villains would normally have a lot to say, but he had never expected that these two villains of different factions here would actually start talking to each other. Damn, this wasn't logical. Shouldn't they have started fighting like mortal enemies the moment they met? Why are you here? The middle-aged man asked coldly. We are only seeking a certain ability. We have no intention of hurting anyone, the captain said solemnly. If this senior here is willing to hand over the art of necromancy to us, we are willing to purchase it with a high price. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. You killed my child. Won't she be restored tomorrow? With a smile, the captain continued, if our transaction is successful, we will be sure to guard this place forever against further disturbances. Would Senior be satisfied with this arrangement? The middle-aged man was somewhat tempted. Distantly, Xif cautiously asked Chen Feng, is this part of your plan as well? Chen Feng's face darkened. These two villains seemed to be getting along well. They would probably reach an agreement before long to complete a transaction related to necromancy or something. At that point, Chen Feng's group would be in grave trouble. Shen Yi proposed, retreat. Perhaps we can hide ourselves as we wait for their transaction to conclude. Chen Feng rejected that firmly. That won't work. Although the mysterious organization was unaware that Chen Feng's group was here, the middle-aged man was aware of them. As of now, the middle-aged man was still unsure of the relationship between Chen Feng's group and the group from the organization. He might assume that they were from the same side and had just arrived here in different waves. However, if their transaction were to conclude, he would most definitely be aware of who the actual party pulling tricks in the dark was. Wang Chun smiled bitterly. What should we do, then? How would it be so simple for them to reap the benefit of the clash of others? Let me think. Chen Feng muttered. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. That middle-aged man was a PK class. As for the group from the organization, there were two A-class warriors and a whole bunch of B-class warriors. Either of these two would be capable of crushing them at any time. And now it was even possible that they would join hands. This was quite a grave problem for Chen Feng's group. It was simply impossible for a perfect art of necromancy to exist. From what they had seen here, they had indeed observed some problems with it. The group from the mysterious organization was definitely aware of this as well. However, their mission was only to gather some new information to assist their research on this topic. As such, those issues didn't matter when it came to doing business with this middle-aged man. I must think of something. Chen Feng contemplated. The only thing they could do was to spoil the trade. However, how should they go about doing that? That captain was evidently an intelligent person, since he had decided to come clean the moment they had met the middle-aged man. Moreover, he had also announced his identity and the horror of the organization he represented as a form of deterrence to help him reach an agreement easier. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. We can only make our move on that middle-aged man, then. Middle-aged man. And that little girl. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of something. Ming, do you have any necromancy-related abilities? Shua. Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. Exclamation mark. Wang Chun and the rest widened their eyes. That's right. Ming, as the strongest villain boss in the comic, despite her strength being restricted in this world, she was still someone who possessed all death-related abilities in the comic. Since she was familiar with the power lingering here, perhaps she would be able to unleash a true power of necromancy here. However, Ming shook her head as a response. That's not possible. Necromancy itself is an ability whose existence is impossible. It is simply impossible for an ability promising immortality to exist in the world. Even in the world we came from, such a power did not exist. The rules governing the world would ensure a balance of nature. As life is created, some life must end as well. Abruptly, Chen Feng and the rest were alarmed. This was because something had suddenly popped into their minds. Sacrifice. Every time a unique ability that could prolong one's life or grant one immortality was used, a countless amount of lives had to be offered as a sacrifice. If what Ming said was correct, all of this was simply unrelated to necromancy. Rather, it was a plundering, a plundering of the lives of others for one's own benefit. Here, in this city, Chen Feng's brain started working rapidly. This was merely a small ancient city with a population of 2,200. Every single one of them would be active for around 12 hours per day. On average, for every single day that this city was restored, the cost to power that would be around 1,100 days worth of life, which would roughly equate to 3 years worth of life. In this genetic era, the quality of a human's body was higher than the past. As such, the average lifespan of the people of this era was 120 years. In other words, if a young man of around 30 years old was killed, his remaining lifespan of around 90 years would be sufficient to support this city's operation for around 1 month. As for the explorers that would usually operate around the nether capital, a vast majority of them were in their 30s. If so, only 12 people needed to be killed per year to sustain this city's operation. For 10 years, only 120 people needed to be killed. 100 years. Several hundred years. As it accumulated, this became a horrifying figure. Xif recalled something. The origin of the name Nether Capital seems to be from that single massacre that had happened here in the past. It was rumored that when this city initially became popular, it was also due to the spread of a certain unknown aura around here. With the Nether Capital as the center, everyone around this city was killed. After a long time, the smog remained in the air and countless explorers died after coming here. Only after that did this place become known as Nether Capital. Xif finished with a solemn expression. Right at this instant, the Shinyi that had her head lowered for an unknown reason suddenly started talking. I have successfully analyzed the smog in the air. Within is some sort of life-absorbing power. This is not a death aura. Rather, it is some unknown power. The reason the A-class expert from the Genetic Union left after a short exploration in the past is most probably because his life force was being absorbed instead of this place being actually dangerous. Chen Yi finished solemnly. At that, the hearts of everyone else chilled. Life force. Smog. If an ordinary person were to come here, that would be akin to suicide. The wandering death lions out there and the countless amounts of B-class beasts were all equally horrifying. Only A-class experts were qualified to explore this place. However, A-class warriors were sharp enough to sense that their life force was being absorbed here. As such, none of them were willing to penetrate deeper into this place. That was the reason no one had ever discovered the truth behind this city. If all this was correct, this was simply not some safe haven. Rather, this was a life-prolonging city built upon countless corpses. If the mysterious organization was able to get their hands on this method, their expressions changed at the thought of this. The middle-aged man might be hateful, but he was ultimately a single person. As such, he would not be able to accomplish much apart from prolonging his life here. However, if such a sinister power were to fall into the hands of the mysterious organization, Chen Feng was certain that a huge amount of people would be used by them as test subjects. This was definitely sufficient to threaten the world. Their hearts chilled. These guys. For something like this, the more they found out, the more horrified they became. Chen Feng's head ached. Hence, this is another world threat level incident. Bro, I only came here to hunt some death lions. Hello. What I want is truly something very simple. A single C-class death lion or some peak C or B-class death lion leader is what I need at most. I only need a single drop of their blood for my gene reagent. Why am I encountering such incidents again? Chen Feng noticed that when he wasn't using his luck aura, his luck was obviously quite bad, as he would always find his way into all sorts of unexpected incidents. Was this luck aura he had fake? However, could he ignore this now that he had stumbled upon it? Such a forbidden art was too sinister. Chen Feng would hate to see large-scale funerals and slaughtering worldwide in the future. At any moment, someone close to him might be slaughtered for this as well. Moreover, they only knew about a part of what was going on here. Why had the Death Lions disappeared? Why had Nether City suddenly opened to outsiders? What happened that led to all this? For a city that had been repeating the same day for several centuries, every single day should have been the same. Such a change in behavior shouldn't have happened. Could it be that this middle-aged man was planning something? This was what Chen Feng's group was worried about. There was absolutely some big problem lingering here at this place. Instinctively, they all looked at Chen Feng for an answer. What should we do? After all, Chen Feng was the one who had issued this mission. Coupled with his battle history where he had never failed, In times like this, it was normal for them to look at him for options. Chen Feng stared ahead as his eyes gleamed coldly. What else can we do? Ahead of them, the negotiations seemed to have reached the most crucial point. At the nether capital, the sky was still enveloped by smog. At this place littered with corpses, two experts were making their transaction without a care in the world. These two can really talk a lot. Chen Feng berated with a powerless feeling. He was aware that villains would normally have a lot to say. However, he had never expected it to reach this extent. These two weren't purely talking about some nonsensical things, though. It was obvious that the captain there was very seriously trying to reach an agreement. As for the guy in front of him, hidden behind his seemingly serious manner of negotiating was some hidden agenda. Perhaps Chen Feng's group hid themselves quietly. After a long time, those two seemed to conclude their agreement. Multiple mysterious-looking yet powerful halos radiated around them, seemingly some sort of binding ability to ensure that both sides would adhere to what they had agreed to. Since that's the case, please to impart the forbidden art to us, Senior, the captain said seriously. The middle-aged man nodded. All right. However, right at this instant, several black silhouettes charged out suddenly. Bang! Followed by a bright explosion, one familiar silhouette after another appeared. On them were the pitch-black uniforms that were actually the same as what the members of the mysterious organization wore. Instantly, everyone else there was alarmed. The modified voice of Chen Feng drifted out from the mask he was wearing. Senior Soul has an order for us. This person here has some hidden agenda. Kill without mercy. Senior Soul. The captain blanked momentarily at that. Other than them, Senior Soul had actually sent someone else here as well? How was that possible? He looked at the newly appeared group doubtfully. Chen Feng merely glanced at him coldly. Idiot. His whole body was hidden by the black attire he was wearing, leaving only that pair of cold-looking eyes exposed. Originally, it was believed that this person had the art of necromancy mastered. However, after some investigation, we noted that what this person knows is a fake necromancy art, something our organization has already been using for a long time. This semi-completed art is something our organization mastered long ago. Chen Feng coldly continued, a repeat on a daily basis where human sacrifices are required, such a method of rebirth. What's the point? Is this guy not afraid of our retaliation for trading with us using such a useless art? Obviously, he is. Hence, from the start, he never intended to let us leave here alive. Senior Soul sent us here to rescue you all. The organization has already lost a huge amount of A-classes. As such, we can't afford to lose more. Shwa. The expressions of the middle-aged man and the captain changed greatly. Is that so? The captain had a bad feeling. This guy truly sounded convincing. A lot of things he mentioned were correct as well. All this coupled with the middle-aged man's current expression made him realize that he might have truly been taken for a ride this time. The captain glared at the middle-aged man. You dare to fool me? So you guys are together? How smart. However, the middle-aged man shook his head in a regretful manner. It's too late. What? Everyone else blanked. This was especially true for the squad from the mysterious organization. What did he mean when he said that they were together? Bang! A terrifying aura bloomed from the middle-aged man's body. Originally, I had only planned to use this after you guys left. Fine, I might as well show you pathetic fellows what true power looks like. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. A cold killing intent bloomed. The middle-aged man erupted fully with his true strength. Careful. Everyone in the mysterious organization's squad had a solemn expression. As of now, none of them could be bothered about the together the middle-aged man had mentioned previously. This middle-aged man had a knack of speaking nonsense anyway. Who knew which of his words could be trusted? Furthermore, bang! A terrifying pressure descended. Everyone could feel a powerful pressure. A super powerful pressure belonging to a BK class. This middle-aged man was extremely powerful. Bang! Instantly, the sky above the nether capital was ripped apart. In the sky enveloped by smog, a boundless radiance appeared before ripping the sky apart, creating a long tunnel through the sky. When everyone looked at the torn sky, their expressions changed greatly. In there was a flourishing metropolis, different from the desolate nether capital. That city in the sky was a modernized city of their current genetic era. In this era, even if it was a mere small city, there would be at least several 100,000 inhabitants per city. The city was filled with life. That middle-aged man's target was actually these people. the inhabitants of this city. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. He is going to slaughter the city. Slaughtering a whole city. This was something extremely terrifying to hear. Granted, Mingwu and the squad from the mysterious organization had done the same thing here before. However, all of them were aware that everyone in the Nether capital would be restored. They had only been trying to get out of this trap they had fallen into. As for this middle-aged man, he was using these people as a human sacrifice. He is going to use the whole city as human sacrifices to sustain the Nether capital. Everyone's heart chilled. That was one whole city there, with several 100,000 inhabitants. This guy. That's the sealed city. Everyone in the squad paled, as that city was the branch of the mysterious organization they were attached to. As their branch was near this area, almost all the missions in this area were handled by them. Unfortunately for them, due to the limited strength their middle-aged man possessed, the nearest metropolis his power could reach was only this sealed city. This was purely coincidence and also his only choice at the same time. This lunatic. The captain started hurling abuses. Even if they had taken a countless amount of lives, they had never truly slaughtered a whole city. He hadn't felt anything when killing the residents of Nether Capital that would never truly die. As far as they were concerned, these people here were all NPCs. As such, they had no feelings when killing these people. But when it came to the city they resided in, those several 100,000 residents, bang, in the sky, that dazzling radiance was even brighter now. An extremely terrifying super ability was condensing in the middle-aged man's hand. He was at PK class. Hence, how powerful would this secret art be that even this kind of peak expert would require a build-up of energy to launch it? This thought alone caused everyone to shiver. What should we do? Their expressions were unsightly. Stop it. They wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if they were all A-class warriors, with their side having two A-class warriors, they would still fail to stop him. With the disparity between their strength, they would not be able to defeat this middle-aged man. Furthermore, they were currently facing an old freak that had been alive for several centuries. Yes, they were in A-class as well, but the only thing they had in common were their attributes. As for their combat power, they might be able to unleash an A-class attack with an amplifier of 10 times the power. As for this middle-aged man, he would be able to unleash an A-class attack with an amplifier of at least 100 times. The horror of a person who had been in A-class for several centuries was something none could imagine. None of them could know how thick his foundations truly were. Right at this moment, the power started condensing in the air. In front of the middle-aged man, an illusory dragon appeared. Everyone could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within this dragon. Without a doubt, if the dragon was released, everyone in the sealed city would definitely perish. Take this chance to kill him, the captain ordered. Since the middle-aged man needed to condense his power to form this secret art, now would be the perfect chance to kill him. Shwa. Light swirled around. Everyone unleashed their killing moves. However, shocking everyone there, right as their attacks touched the swirling radiance in the air, their attacks were instantly dissolved before being devoured and transforming into a part of the middle-aged man's power. All along, the middle-aged man hadn't moved. He had merely stood there and looked at them with contempt. Damn it. Everyone's expression became unsightly. Their attacks had instead become the energy supply of their enemy. That was too hateful. We're finished. Their hearts chilled. Facing absolute strength, there was nothing they could do. Secret art, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Immediately, he looked at the squad from the mysterious organization. There should be someone among you with a space-related ability, right? Nowadays, a regular squad would normally have some space-related capabilities. Regardless of whether it was used to break out of traps or kill their enemies, space-related abilities were beneficial to have. Moreover, the most complete of all squads would normally have all sorts of different abilities to help them deal with a large amount of different scenarios. The captain nodded. Yes. How about space diminishing slash? Chen Feng asked indifferently. Space diminishing slash was an extremely powerful 5-star secret art and the strongest space-related ability a B-class space warrior could master. It was also a defining ability for genetic warriors that were focused on space-related abilities. Function. Moves all sorts of attacks through space. That's right. This is what this ability was capable of. This secret art required the user to have 5 different abilities fused. As such, the minimum requirement for one to master this secret art was being a B-class warrior. This was an extremely powerful secret art, regardless of whether it was used against physical attacks, penetrating attacks, energy-based attacks, or spiritual attacks. Almost all types of attacks could be moved by space diminishing slash by instantly changing the position of the launched attack to a different position. Theoretically, as long as sufficient energy was provided, this secret art would be able to relocate every single attack in existence. Despite the fact that Chen Feng did not have this secret art mastered, he had heard of it long ago. No, the deputy captain walked out. But I know Celestial Shift. Chen Feng's eyes shone. Celestial Shift. Celestial Shift. I6-star secret art. That was the sequel to Space Diminishing Slash, an extremely powerful A-class secret art capable of both attack and defense. If Space Diminishing Slash was something only capable of relocating attacks, Celestial Shift was able to use the power of space to bounce the launched attack back to the attacker. This was the most terrifying use of this ability. Chen Feng had guessed that they might have had Space Diminishing Slash in their possession. Unexpectedly, they had surprised him more. The member in charge of space-related abilities in this squad happened to also be the deputy captain himself, an A-class warrior that possessed a powerful A-class secret art. Very good. Chen Feng inhaled. Things will be easier. Then, the captain thought of something. Don't tell me you are planning to. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. That's right. Intercepting his attack forcefully. The captain rejected his proposal without hesitation. Impossible. What a joke. Celestial Shift might be powerful, but it was not omnipotent. Against a weaker enemy, Celestial Shift would have a 100% success rate in shifting attacks. However, the flaw of this secret art was quite obvious as well. Against a stronger enemy, the success rate would drop. Against an enemy 10% more powerful, the success rate would drop by 10%. Against an enemy 20% more powerful, the success rate would drop by 20%. As for this enemy they were facing, he was more than 100% stronger than them. This was an old freak in the truest sense. After the deputy captain calculated his success rate, the success rate might be as low as 0.00008%. He had reached this figure even after taking into consideration the complicity and unpredictability of the mysterious power of space. Otherwise, his success rate would have been even lower. However, with such a success rate, it was basically the same as 0%. This was simply a scam-like rate. He was sure that the moment he tried using this secret art he would be killed by the backlash from the power of space. There was no need to doubt this. This was simply a battle between two people in completely different leagues. Chen Feng smiled calmly. How will you know without trying? Impossible. The deputy captain would not do it even if they were to beat him to death. So you guys are going to watch on as he destroys the sealed city? Chen Feng sneered. It doesn't matter to us. We are direct subordinates of Senior Soul anyway. As for you all, after losing even your base or operations, do you think the organization will let you off? Oh yeah, after this guy is done absorbing the life force of one whole city. Do you have any idea how powerful he will be? Do you believe that you can even survive this encounter? Chen Feng said indifferently. But the deputy captain shook his head. This will never work. It will definitely work. Chen Feng's indifferent gaze swept past him. Do you truly believe that Senior Soul only sent us here to make up the numbers? The only thing you need to do is activate your secret art. As for the rest, leave it to me. The deputy captain looked at Chen Feng doubtfully. You? He had no faith in Chen Feng, whose strength was merely C-class. That was simply too weak. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a particular lady in their group that was emitting a somewhat terrifying aura from her body, they would have believed that these so-called reinforcements were here to joke around. Ah, Chen Feng smiled calmly. Have you heard of Spirit Seawood? Shwa. The expressions of the captain and the deputy captain changed greatly. Spirit Seawood. Could it be? Their gazes became spirited. Do it, Chen Feng said as he looked at that illusory dragon in the sky, which was going to erupt at any moment. We don't have much time remaining. The deputy captain hesitated momentarily before clenching his teeth resolutely. Let's do it. It would be too hard to ensure Celestial Shift's success. It would simply be impossible, even with the assistance of Spirit Seawood. However, if I give up on bouncing the attack back to him and use the powered-up version of Space Diminishing Slash instead, it might work. Set the nearby mountain range as your target, then, Chen Feng said. The deputy captain inhaled deeply. All right. He proceeded to revise the Celestial Shift into a powered-up version of Space Diminishing Slash and set it to alter the course of this super-powerful PK-class attack from the sealed city into a nearby mountain range. If it wasn't for the Spirit Seawood mentioned by Chen Feng, he wouldn't have even dared to attempt this. However, even with the assistance of spirits he would. The deputy captain's eyes gleamed ferociously. I can only give it my all. Come, bang! A terrifying power erupted from his body. Currently, in the air, the middle-aged man merely glanced at them coldly. He wasn't the least bothered with them. Even if they were similarly in A class, the disparity between their strengths was too wide. It's nearly done. The middle-aged man could feel the increase in strength of the power he was condensing in front of him. Done. Shwa. Instantly, the radiance filling the whole sky gathered back into the dragon. The middle-aged man chanted, roaring through the 9 prefectures. With every single word of his, the momentum of his dragon intensified. When he finished chanting, the huge, shining dragon solidified, transforming into a gigantic, seemingly alive golden dragon. This was the power of a super powerful secret art. Howl. As the dragon howled, heaven and earth trembled. Next, the dragon charged into the void, aiming toward the sealed city. Currently, the huge pressure unleashed by the dragon could be felt even by Chen Feng's group, which was deep within the nether capital. How powerful exactly was the secret art unleashed by a PK class? Do it. Chen Feng bellowed. The deputy captain roared. Ah! The space diminishing slash that he had prepared in advance erupted. Shwa. The space cracked and a mirror-like slit appeared in front of the crack in the air that the middle-aged man had created earlier, blocking the path of the dragon. This was the so-called space diminishing slash. Essentially, it was a tiny slit created in midair. As the middle-aged man saw this, he sneered. You are seeking your own death. That was indeed true. For a new A class like that to dare move against him? Had this guy not seen the disparity in their strength? How idiotic. Currently, the middle-aged man was not the only person thinking that way. Even the deputy captain felt that he was doing an incredibly idiotic thing. However, he had no other choices. At times like this, trusting Chen Feng was the only option available to him. The deputy captain roared at Chen Feng, quick! Release the spirits he would. Please wait a moment. Chen Feng had a sharp gaze. He ignored the anxious gazes of the squad and focused on the dragon. When it neared the space diminishing slash and was about to touch it, he made his move. Shwa. He pointed at the air. Luck aura, unleash. 1 point of luck value was exhausted. Low success rate, less than 1 in a million chance of success. Unfortunately, before Chen Feng, as long as it was something concerning probability, it was no longer a concern. Only 1 point of luck value was required for him to intercept this super powerful attack of the PK class. However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man calmly pointed at the air. Clear. Shwa. The golden dragon roared as the radiance around its body intensified. Next, the luck aura that Chen Feng had just activated failed the task it had been assigned. How is this possible? Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Failing? This was something he had never encountered. This middle-aged man possessed a power capable of contending against luck aura? No, that could not be true. Even that green guy had been incapable of such a thing. How was it possible for this guy here to have such a capability? If so, what was happening? Chen Feng sunk into a solemn mood. Perhaps this middle-aged man had merely felt something bad and had chosen to simply increase the power of his golden dragon. However, with the transformation of the golden dragon and the increase in its strength, the originally pitiful success rate of space diminishing slash had become even lower than before. One could say that the dragon had become so powerful that their success rate had been reduced to 0%. Only in such situation would his luck aura fail to work. Right at this moment, the golden dragon collided with the space diminishing slash in the air. Only their aura had collided, yet it was enough to cause the deputy captain to start spurting blood. Their disparity in strength was too great. As such, it was simply impossible for him alone to resist this. The deputy captain's heart chilled. It's over. He knew that he shouldn't have trusted that damnable guy that had come to reinforce them. The bodies of everyone else in his squad chilled as well. If the dragon was successfully launched, would they be able to survive this? Right at this moment, Chen Feng once again pointed midair. Shwa. A bizarre power spread out. When pointing, Chen Feng did it with a casual and simple manner. The enjoyment of putting forth such an act did not last long. However, as an expression of pain appeared on his face shortly after, a total 1,000 of points of luck value were exhausted by that single act of pointing at the air. The second time his luck aura activated, a certain feedback was received by his luck aura. Due to this not being a problem concerning probability, it was not possible for it to succeed with only one luck value. This would only succeed when the mysterious power of space itself was affected by luck aura. In other words, reality needed to be altered this time, resulting in 1000 points of luck value being exhausted. During this whole month, he had only saved up 1200 points of luck value. Now, this single move of his had wasted 1000 points. From this, the terror of a battle at this level was quite apparent. However, the effect of his luck aura was quite clear as well. The moment his luck value dropped, that slit in the air, which had almost been pierced through by the dragon, became as powerful as someone who had used Kamsutram Oil 1. It proceeded to swallow the entirety of that terrifying golden dragon. At this instant, the golden radiance covering the sky started fading. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. The squad was dumbstruck. Even the deputy captain, who had unleashed the space diminishing slash, was dumbstruck as well. Heck, it had succeeded. Even he himself couldn't believe it. That was roaring through the 9 prefectures that the middle-aged man had unleashed there. That was an incarnation of a dragon, a long and thick dragon. The huge golden dragon that had been condensed from a countless amount of energy had been swallowed by the tiny little slit in the air. Everyone else blanked for a long time. That was truly too inconceivable. The whole squad stared at Chen Feng with shock in their eyes. But Chen Feng merely smiled profoundly as a response. Are the methods Senior Soul has at his disposal something people like you can see coming? At that, everyone was startled awake. Senior Soul. They were indeed aware that Senior Soul was powerful. However, they had never expected Senior Soul to be so powerful. A random move of his was already capable of erasing a super powerful attack unleashed by a PK-class old freak that had been alive for several centuries. What about the power he could personally unleash? Then, they were all filled with reverence. He was indeed a legendary figure. Currently, seeing the giant dragon's disappearance, the middle-aged man was furious. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Space diminishing slash. The space diminishing slash is only capable of swallowing it. Do you think that I will not be able to control it just because you swallowed it? Condense. Bang. Space cracked. A terrifying radiance flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was unleashing an ability no one knew about or had ever seen. None of them knew the true amount of horrifying secret arts mastered by this old freak who was several centuries old. The effect of what he had just done was extremely astonishing. The swallowed golden dragon was actually slowly crawling out of the crack in space. It had forcefully pierced through space itself. Everyone was horrified. What a terrifying power. This was not some secret art. Rather, this was pure brute force. He had used his super powerful strength to slowly pull that golden dragon out of the slit in the air. This was too horrifying a scene. The deputy captain's eyes gleamed viciously. Trying to escape? If his space diminishing slash had failed to even work, he wouldn't have been able to do much, but now that his space diminishing slash had succeeded in swallowing the dragon, the space within his space diminishing slash contained a power strong enough to swallow this dragon up. He could clearly feel the terrifying amount of energy currently stored within his space diminishing slash. Return. The deputy captain howled. A huge suction power appeared from the inside the space diminishing slash, sucking that golden dragon back in. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Once again, he unleashed a formidable power to forcefully pull the huge dragon back out. Thereupon, in the sky above the nether capital, a scene where a thick and solid gigantic golden dragon was being inserted and pulled out of a clean-looking slit could be seen. Occasionally, some golden radiance splashed around the slit as well. Chen Feng sunk into silence. Wang Chun sunk into silence. The squad was not making any noise either. As for Shen Yi and the other girls, they couldn't continue watching this current scene. This feels somewhat. After studying it for a bit, Xif had an odd expression on his face. This looks like Several vicious glares landed on him. Ming made a scissor sign with her hand. Immediately, Xif shut his mouth in fear. However, that odd expression remained in his eyes. But it really looks so similar to that. The middle-aged man snorted before pulling the dragon out. The deputy captain clenched his teeth and swallowed the dragon back in. Chen Feng was collapsing. Bro, isn't this supposed to be a battle between top experts? You both are supposed to represent the peak of existences in this world. Can't you fight properly instead of simulating this scene of two different sexes? That scene unfolding midair accompanied by the sound effects of the two guys gasping for breath caused one to not be able to even look straight at it anymore. Ultimately, though, the middle-aged man obtained a slight advantage. Under his terrifying control, that huge golden dragon that had been swallowed was slowly being dragged out. Not good. The deputy captain had an ominous feeling. He could feel that he was almost losing control. This middle-aged man was too powerful, far exceeding their imagination. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. That smile appeared so bitingly cold. You all do not know what true power is. Just guide the trajectory and release it, Chen Feng said suddenly. The deputy captain was already perspiring all over. I can't lead it somewhere else. Damn it. As the middle-aged man's control over the golden dragon increased, he couldn't even shift the attack to a mountain range nearby anymore. That middle-aged man was simply too terrifying. Aim it under him, then, Chen Feng said coldly. The deputy captain was dumbstruck. Under him? Under him? A power at such level, if it was aimed below that middle-aged man, wouldn't they all die? He was sure that everyone here, his captain included, would not be able to block a power at such a level. That was a super powerful secret art unleashed after a long condensation time by that old freak. Chen Feng merely stared at him coldly. Just release it. Would I commit suicide? The deputy captain clenched his teeth. True. As he recalled the scene earlier where his space diminishing slash had succeeded, he decided to trust Chen Feng one more time. After clenching his teeth and stamping his feet on the ground, he directly released the dragon toward the nether capital. He couldn't lead the dragon somewhere further away. However, the nether capital was right below the dragon and would not pose a problem. Shwa! A terrifying power was unleashed. Everyone watched on with an unsightly expression. All the warriors in the squad were trembling with fear. Regardless of whether they were B or A class warriors, facing such a powerful attack, they were akin to weak insects. This was a large-scale attack. Even the captain of the squad discovered with grief that, apart from trembling in fear, he couldn't do anything. This was the saddest fact of their current predicament. He was in A class, yet he was so helpless. However, right at this moment, the biggest change of expression actually appeared on the previously proud-looking middle-aged man. Not good. These people are aiming for the nether capital. He was too clear on how powerful he and this attack were. If such an attack were to land on the nether capital, all his hard work throughout these years would be wasted. This absolutely won't do. The middle-aged man's body chilled. Everything he had done was for the immortality of the nether capital as a whole. The moment the nether capital was destroyed, it would be pointless even if he became unequaled under the heavens. Without the nether capital and his daughter, what was the point of everything he had done? He yelled. The radiance around his body intensified, and under his forceful control, the golden dragon, whose trajectory had already changed toward the nether capital, deviated from its path and was aimed toward a nearby mountain range instead. Bang! At that instant, the effect of the space diminishing slash vanished as well. That perfectly straight golden dragon was finally pulled out of the crack in the air. However, due to the efforts of the deputy captain and the middle-aged man, its only destination was that nearby mountain range that had existed for an unknown period of time. Bang! The whole sky turned gold. Everyone raised their heads. They could vaguely see that, the moment that golden dragon had escaped the crack in the air, it had transformed into a boundless golden radiance before shooting toward the nearby mountain range. Bang! Bang! Gold radiance bloomed. The world was enveloped in gold. After a long time, when the gold radiance disappeared and everyone could see clearly once again, they couldn't help but inhale mouthfuls of cold air at what they saw. The entirety of that mountain range was completely gone. The whole mountain range had been destroyed by the gold radiance. Only now did they realize the horror of that golden dragon. Just the thought of such power caused one to shiver. Alarming everyone was also the fact that beside the middle-aged man was a clumped-up red and blue ball of light that contained a bizarre power and was flickering without stop in the air. From within that ball, a familiar power could be felt. Shen Yi widened her eyes. This is life force. How is that possible? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Roaring through the 9 prefectures had obviously failed, as it had been led toward the mountain range instead of its original destination. How was it possible for this guy to still have harvested life force? Unless they all realized something. That's right. The middle-aged man had a gloomy expression on his face. This is the life force of the 100,000 mutated beasts residing within that mountain range. Do you believe that only humans possess life force? He. The sinister laugh alarmed everyone. Chen Feng was able to calm himself down quickly, though. A mutated beast has a longer lifespan. As such, its life force should be stronger as well. With 100,000 mutated beasts, the total available life force should be much higher than what's available at Sealed City, right? However, it doesn't seem like you have actually absorbed any of them all these years. I suppose there are a lot of limitations when it comes to absorbing the life force of mutated beasts, right? Chen Feng guessed. Only at this did the middle-aged man raise his head. You are very intelligent. That's right. It would be so much better if I had absorbed the life force of humans instead. Although the life forces of mutated beasts is vigorous, the amount of impurities is much higher as well. As such, they are very difficult to absorb. When absorbing a human's life force, I will gain 100% of their life force. As for mutated beasts, only 1% would be truly absorbed. The difference is too big. However, 100,000 mutated beasts, the middle-aged man inhaled deeply and continued, is still better than nothing. The radiance of the red and blue ball of light in front of the middle-aged man intensified. Red was the color signifying life force, and blue was the color signifying the impurities of the mutated beasts. Both colors interweaved constantly as they went out of control in the ball. To absorb a small amount of life force, a huge amount of impurities needed to be cleared. That was the reason absorbing the life force of mutated beasts was such an inefficient task. The middle-aged man stepped into the red and blue ball of light. Absorption began. Go! Chen Feng shouted abruptly. The power of that thing he is absorbing is too terrifying, the squad from the mysterious association said in horror. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp. Don't worry. He just unleashed roaring through the 9 prefectures a little while ago before subsequently altering the course of his secret art with force. The amount of power he has left presently is quite low. That is the reason he is being so impatient in absorbing the power contained in that ball despite the amount of impurities. Presently, he is at his weakest state. The moment he completes his absorption, Chen Feng said coldly. Everyone was enlightened. So that's the case. The squad made their move immediately. The middle-aged man coldly shouted, you are all courting death. Even if the power he had now was quite low in amount, his natural rate of regeneration was recovering it without stop. With the strength of these opponents he was facing, it was simply impossible for them to be able to interrupt his absorption. To be accurate, even the speed at which they could damage him was slower than the speed at which he could regenerate his power. Soon, you will all know what true horror is. The middle-aged man proceeded to defend against their attacks while absorbing the power from that ball of light in a casual manner. However, he did not notice that, presently, a sneer had appeared on Chen Feng's face. Luck aura, activate. Calmly, Chen Feng pointed at the red and blue ball of light. The middle-aged man that was absorbing the power without stop had a weird feeling. He had only absorbed 1/1000th of the power in the ball, yet he no longer felt any of the power within the ball. As he paid more attention, he noticed that everything he attempted to absorb had turned into impurities. How is this possible? The middle-aged man widened his eyes. The power of that ball of light was something uncontrollable. This was something similar in theory to the evolution of genes, something one couldn't control. If not for that, he would have peeled the blue impurities away from the ball before proceeding to absorb all the life force in it. Within that ball of light, 2 different powers of red and blue were interweaving and operating at an extremely high speed, resulting in him not having any sort of control over them despite his strength. But now, the middle-aged man's lip went dry from the shock. How is this possible? Absorb. He attempted to absorb without stop, yet only the impurities were absorbed. Bang, bang. The squad started attacking furiously as they saw this. Damn it. The middle-aged man had an unsightly expression. He knew that this had to be some secret art of his enemy. However, he couldn't do anything against this. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Since that's the case, I will first clear all the impurities before continuing. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Since someone else was helping him separate the impurities from the life force, he only needed to focus on purely dealing with the impurities. What remained would be pure life force. That was the pure life force of 100,000 mutated beasts. an amount much higher than what he would obtain if he were to slay an entire human city. If he was able to clean all the impurities before starting to absorb the life force, it was possible for him to directly advance to a new level. He was overjoyed. This was potentially a good thing for him. "Come!" he howled, and the power around him intensified as he started clearing the impurities furiously. Initially, both the red and blue power had been interwoven together, forcing him to slowly control his act of absorbing the life force and dealing with the impurities that resulted in his overall slow absorption speed. Now, though, since he was only absorbing impurities, he did not even need to bother controlling what he was doing. The only thing he needed to do was focus on eliminating the impurities, dealing with all the impurities in one go. The amount of blue in the ball was reducing rapidly. However, the middle-aged man's remaining power was also reducing as well, since he needed to exhaust his power to deal with the blue impurities. He was clear that he only needed to survive this and he would be stronger than before. However, how would Chen Feng allow him this? Go! The squad started attacking furiously. Under his normal condition, nobody here was the middle-aged man's opponent, but after that disaster earlier, he no longer had much power remaining in him. Regardless of how weak that squad from the mysterious organization was, they still had two A-class warriors in their ranks, after all. On top of that, there were also a bunch of B-class warriors assisting the two A-class warriors. The battle erupted. As for Chen Feng's group, they merely watched on silently. This battle was something triggered by Chen Feng anyway. Now that both sides were killing each other, it would be the best if they ended up killing each other. Even if that did not happen, they would at least damage each other greatly, or perhaps one side would be killed completely while the other was crippled. With this, Chen Feng's group would stand a chance against the survivor. The best result would be the death of that middle-aged man and the squad severely damaged. That was what Chen Feng was looking forward to. The scenario where the villains strayed from their original intention due to mere words and started fighting each other for him to reap the final reward had finally happened. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. His luck aura noiselessly activated and started operating, with both sides suffering extreme damage as the aim. Luck aura started working toward this final goal, causing something to happen every now and then. The reduction of luck value was rather slow, as only 1 point would be reduced after a long interval of time. Since the combatants of this battle were too powerful, there was no chance that Chen Feng could actually participate in it. As the battle progressed, without anyone realizing, the bold Xif, who had always seemed useless, disappeared from everyone's line of sight noiselessly. Bang! A set of skeletons were blasted apart. Xif rubbed his somewhat aching hand as the smoke bubbled up around him, along with the appearance of a certain mysterious power. These corpses that had been dead for an unknown number of years started moving again. He was currently outside the Nether capital, but on the opposite side of where they had come from previously. Here, from the soil, one corpse after another crawled out. These were the human sacrifices used for the continuation of this city throughout the years. Their life force had been used as a sacrifice, and their bodies had been left to rot here. Accompanying the latest round of sacrifices initiated by the middle-aged man, their bodies had come to life. Xif contemplated. So that huge skeleton we met previously was also formed of these small skeletons. Under the effect of the mysterious death aura, despite not possessing a consciousness, these corpses had still maintained their basic instincts and deep hatred toward the middle-aged man. Vengeful skeletons. Xif was figuring it out. Ka ka. The monstrous sounds reverberated through the air. These newly revived skeletons started fighting each other randomly, attacking every moving thing around them. Groups of skeletons started fighting each other. On top of that, those people who seemed to have been in the same group when alive had once again grouped together now. Those who appeared to have been a couple when alive started performing that deed of the two sexes right there on the spot. To satisfy his curiosity, Xif took a glance at them, and he had a feeling that he was looking at some mechanical bearing components. That feeling he was getting was truly hard to put into words. However, this situation did not persist for long. Soon, seemingly interrupted by some powerful willpower, the minds of these skeletons joined together into a singular extreme hatred toward a common target, resulting in the end of their fights against each other. Silently, Xif concealed himself and observed as the skeleton army swept forth like a locust. On their way, every living mutated beast they encountered was killed. This trajectory. Xif's heart trembled. Chen Feng is not tricking me, right? Right at this moment, that skeleton army stopped moving. Distantly, numerous howls could be heard. Those death lions hidden around the nether capital had finally appeared. Their numbers were terrifying high. Death lions, Xf size shone. You have finally appeared. At the nether capital, the battle was still progressing. The squad from the mysterious organization was giving their all, with Chen Feng's group assisting from the side. However, they were still unable to contend against that middle-aged man whose strength had been greatly weakened. A moment of carelessness and Chen Feng was flung away with serious injuries. Careful. Wang Chun and the rest retreated hastily. The captain frowned. These people were too weak. Even if they were direct subordinates of Senior Soul, even if they possessed certain unique abilities, their combat power was still too weak. Having them join in the battle was akin to lugging baggage around. You guys can just stay there. Leave this to us, the captain said coldly. All right. I have already dispatched someone to notify Senior Soul. He will be here soon, Chen Feng said solemnly. The captain had a solemn expression as well as he said, all right. Chen Feng caught the glimpse of a certain someone from the corner of his eyes. He proceeded to feign an extremely weak appearance before saying to Wang Chun, help me to a nearby room so I can rest. They entered the room. Within the room, Xf was waiting with a huge, unconscious mutated beast. Chen Feng was amazed. The size is quite big. Xf was proud. This was the final survivor among that bunch of death lions and also the strongest death lion. After I knocked it out, I dragged it here. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. That's good then. He killed the death lion leader easily and extracted its blood essence. He had been waiting a long time for this moment. His initial purpose here had only been to obtain a small amount of death lion blood essence. God only knew why he had ended up drawn into the affairs here. As of now, they appeared quite safe, since they had pretended to be part of the mysterious organization. In truth, they were in quite a bit of danger regardless of which party was victorious in the battle progressing outside. It was quite probable for all of them to perish here. As such, Chen Feng needed to increase his strength. Fusion and breakthrough. Chen Feng started his production decisively. Seal off the aura in here, Wang Chun whispered. Shen Yi nodded. A bizarre, faint aura flashed into existence. This was an ability unique to Shen Yi, a sealing ability originating from a different world. This ability had protected Chen Feng's group from being detected by spiritual energy scans countless times before. This was an ability nobody could circumvent. Outside the room, the battle was still progressing. Unknown to any of them, the Chen Feng who had retired due to severe injuries had secretly started gene production. Chen Feng checked the feedback. 200 luck value. It was enough. He inhaled deeply and, with a resolute gaze, started his first step, formula improvement. Light swirled around before his eyes. Instantly, he entered his hyperdimensional mode and started improving the formula. The numerous materials he had produced in advance were taken out of his bag one after another. Gene materials, gene formula. Soon, he exited the hyperdimensional mode. After 100 points of luck value, the formula improvement process had been completed. This powerful C-class ability had completely transformed under Chen Feng's modification. As for its new effect, he would only find that out after producing it. Wang Chun was somewhat anxious. I'm afraid this won't be enough. Producing a gene reagent right under their enemy's nose was too unbridled a behavior. Even with Shen Yi sealing off their aura, they couldn't hide this for long. The moment they were discovered, Shen Yi wrinkled her tiny nose. I can only keep this up for 10 minutes. In the past, she would only be required to activate her ability when their enemies were scanning the area. This time, she had to fully maintain it without the slightest bit of slack in her activation. 10 minutes, Wang Chun muttered. He had no idea why Chen Feng had insisted on producing a gene reagent at a time like this. However, he had to be quick about it. Wang Chun was anxious. Currently, Chen Feng had only gotten started on the actual gene production. Countless gene fragments were in front of him as Chen Feng operated speedily with a sharp gaze. He had long ago familiarized himself with the manner in which these gene fragments would swirl around. Due to the existence of his luck aura, the so-called gene production skills had long become a unique trump card of his. Gene search, 1 luck value exhausted. 3 seconds taken. Gene reaction, 1 luck value exhausted, 3 seconds taken. Gene fusion, 1 luck value exhausted, 3 seconds taken. Sealing up, 1 second taken. In 10 seconds, Chen Feng had completed the whole production. Chen Feng rubbed the bottle of gene reagent in his hand. Done. Wang Chun stared blankly. Done. Chen Feng nodded. It has been hard on Lady Shen Yi. 10 seconds. For this so-called strongest fusion gene reagent in C-class. They were all aware that Chen Feng was a genius in regard to gene production. However, such a feat where he produced a gene reagent in 10 seconds, wasn't this too much of a freakish feat? They were all somewhat dumbstruck by this. Chen Feng merely ignored them and focused his gaze on the fusion gene reagent he was holding. A gene reagent produced using the strongest Death Lion leader, 100 luck value to improve the formula, and a further 3 luck value for a perfect production. How powerful would this gene reagent be? Gene scan, Mutated Death Lion gene reagent. Class, C. Difficulty, 5 stars. Type, Fusion gene reagent. Effect, obtain the Nethergaze genetic ability. Function, activate the Eye of the Netherworld to analyze the rules of the opponent's energy and lock onto the opponent's weak point. The longer the opponent is locked onto, the higher the amplifier the launched attack will have. Depending on the gap between the strength of the user and the opponent, the time taken for the analysis will differ. Secret art combination, not yet discovered. Lockdown. Chen Feng widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the original Nethergaze provided an amplifier of 1000% when attacking the weak point. Now, the amplifier had changed in a way where the longer the time his opponent was locked onto, the higher the amplifier would be. Tenfold? No. After mutation, this limitation no longer existed. It had completely changed into a different ability. Theoretically, if Chen Feng had sufficient energy and time, he would be able to insta-kill anything.